Alright, good afternoon everyone and welcome to UOW Malaysia KDU's Jingle Mingle 2021, brought to you by the School of Computing and Creative Media as well as its student club, Science Collective. My name is Victor and it is my pleasure to be able to be here to start off the show with everyone. For those who are not familiar with Jingle Mingle is a yearly event that showcases and celebrates the work of students within the School of Computing and Creative Media. These are the projects that have been in the works for the past year, and we are absolutely thrilled to be able to show everyone the unique games, art, and innovations that our students have worked hard on. Now, before we begin the show, Jingle Mingle will be streaming live on YouTube and for our students on Discord as well. If you are a School of Computing and Creative Media student and you're interested in experiencing the works of our students, you may do so by registering via the following link. The link will also be provided in the description below, so do check it out. Jingle Mingle will also contain TAC points for our diploma students. If you are a diploma student and you are planning to apply TAC points, please register yourselves with the following link. Don't forget to at least take 2 screenshots of the event to be submitted afterward. Alright, with that being said, let us start the event.
Good morning everyone. Today I'll be presenting about my final year project, which is ovarian cancer diagnosis system using computer vision. So my name is Lupin Hyok and my student ID is 0124343 from the school SCCM. So before we start, I'm going to talk about the problems. So currently, ovarian cancer have the highest fatality rate in all gynecological cancers, such as breast cancers and so on. So secondly is that the current diagnosis system used to detect ovarian cancer is heavily dependent on the physician's ability, meaning there's no such system that is able to automate itself to detect ovarian cancer. And lastly, ultrasonic image, which is the main source of medical image used to detect ovarian cancer, contains a lot of information which is hard for human eyes to distinguish. For example, ultrasonic image is in grayscale, meaning it's in the shade of black and white, therefore making it very hard for human eyes to find the point of interest where the ovarian cancer might be. So moving on, we have the solution, so the problem solution. So firstly, we can use computer vision to study the features of ovarian cancer in the early stages so that we can detect it early on. And secondly, we can use proper pre-processing techniques as well as large amount of data in order to train the model and obtain a higher accuracy model. For the last one, we can create a computer-assisted diagnosis system in order to reduce the physician's workload. So moving on, we have the research design table. So in this table, we'll be focusing on the research question as well as the research objective. So to start off, the research question. So how does computer vision help with diagnosing ovarian cancer? And the objective here is to investigate the existing hybrid classification method and image processing techniques that is able to differentiate between different tumors. So the method that we'll be using to achieve this is through literature review, where we'll get a list of hybrid algorithms that is used in computer vision. As for the second research question, can the use of computer vision improve the accuracy of early detection for ovarian cancer? And the objective here is to design and develop ovarian diagnosis system by using hybrid classification method. So we'll be using prototyping method where we produce a prototype as well as to get the feedback from the user. So the last question is, how will the system help in treating ovarian cancer? So the research objective here is to validate the accuracy of ovarian cancer diagnosis system. So the method that we'll be using is experimental method, where we'll produce a working prototype with high accuracy. So moving on is the project significance. So the project is significant towards these 2 groups of people, which are the females as well as the doctors. So females is very straightforward and direct, because as we know, females are the one affected by this ovarian cancer. Therefore, by having the system in place, we can detect the ovarian cancer in the early stages, making it easier to be treated as well as lowering the fatality rate. As for doctors, currently doctors are the main source of detection method used to detect ovarian cancer. Therefore, by having this system, we can lift the heavy load off doctors' shoulders, as the system might be able to replace doctors as the main source of diagnosis, given that the accuracy is high enough. So moving on, we'll be talking about the project scope. So in this table, we can see we have three functions. So basic function, intermediate function, as well as advanced function. So the basic function is that the system shall be able to recognize the input images. So we can see here there's no classification going on. As for the intermediate function, the system shall be able to detect ovarian tumor through input images. So here we can see the system needs to classify the image, needs to detect the ovarian cancer. Whereas the advanced function is that the system shall be able to accurately detect any signs of ovarian tumor through input images. So the difference is that the advanced one needs to be able to detect ovarian cancer with high accuracy, as we can see in the description part. We set a bench line of 70%, so we need to get the accuracy higher than 70%. So moving on, we have the technical domain. So during literature review, we have found two main sections, which are the technical domain as well as the knowledge domain. But we'll talk about the technical domain first. So in the technical domain, we know that the techniques that we can use in computer vision includes image classification, object detection, object tracking, as well as image segmentation. As for the framework, we can use Keras, TensorFlow, CNTK, and CAF. And moving on is the object detection algorithm, which includes the RCNN, faster RCNN, and YOLO. And next is one of the most important sections for the whole system, which is the classification algorithm. We can use logistic regression, naive Bayes, k-nearest neighbors, decision tree, random forest, SVM, and CNN. As for the development platform, we can use TensorFlow, MATLAB, as well as OpenCV. So for the development language or programming language, as you guys know it, we can use Python, C++, or Java to develop the AI. So moving on, we have the knowledge domain. So firstly, we need to understand what is computer vision. So basically, in simple terms, computer vision is making the system works like a human eyes. So as you can see here, to make the system understand the world through digital images. And the system needs to be able to do these few functions, which is extract the region of interest, analyze the image, as well as to understand the image, the information extracted through the image. So for example, if the system is able to classify or detect what is in the image, such as humans, dogs, cats, and so on, it is part of computer vision function. As for deep learning is an algorithm used to discover the pattern in data, given that large enough data feeding as well as longer training times. So for the last one is ovarian cancer. So like what we mentioned before, what I mentioned in the start, so ovarian cancer is one of the highest fatality gynecological cancers in the world. So as you can see here, there's more than 75% of women only knowing that they have the ovarian cancer when it reaches the advanced stage, meaning it's practically impossible to be treated, therefore making it very fatal. So by having the system, we can detect it early on, therefore making it so much easier to treat as well as to lower the fatality rate. So moving on, we have the CNN model. So the reason why this model is displayed here is because CNN model will be the main classification model that we'll be using in the system. So you can see here there's CNN UNet and CNN classifier. This two of it is actually different, but I'll start by talking about the normal CNN classifier. So usually CNN classifier will start by looking at the smallest unit, which is the pixel, in a certain shape. So usually it's 3 by 3. So by looking at the 3 by 3 shape, it will look through the whole image. It will scan through the whole image, and by doing that, the system will be the classifier will be able to get features. So we start by getting the lower features, meaning like things like lines and dots, and after the first scanning, the first iteration, it will go through the second iteration where the input will be the features itself. So by doing that, it can get higher level features. For example, the first level of features is lines and dots. So the second level of features might be corners, rounded corners, and so on. And after doing that, it can get even higher features such as shapes. square shapes, rectangular, square, circle, and so on. So by doing that, at the end, the system is able to get very advanced features whereby it might be able to know things like eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and so on. So at the end, this by combining by the arrangement of the features, the system will be able to know what is in the image, such as humans, dogs, and cats. So that's the basic features. But there's a downsides to this classifier, the basic model, uh, which is the system is unable to know where the object is. It is able to detect the object in the system, in the image, but is unable to localize the image. Therefore, we use CNN UNet, where it uses two CNN models which are mirrored against each other. So the first part is the normal model, where it will detect the object, the point of interest in the image. So it knows that in this image there's this point of interest, but it doesn't know where it is. So by having the upwards, the inverted model in the CNN UNet, the system is able to locate the point of interest, the cancer location. Therefore, it will produce a mask. So our system, my system, is actually utilizing these two models to get the mask. Then by using the mask to put into the classifier, therefore getting the final result, the classification result. So that's it for the presentation. I think it's better to show a demonstration so that you guys can understand better. So here's the project demonstration. So now we'll start the product demonstration for our system, which is ovarian cancer classification system. So as we can see here in the first section, there's a upload file section whereby the user will be able to upload the image they want to classify. So as you can see here, the file is limited to PNG and JPEG. So because we do not want the user to upload the wrong file where the system do not accept, therefore causing a lot of problems. So let's start by browsing the files that we want to upload. So let's start with a malignant tumor. So we uploaded the file, and if you wait for a while, you can see the file details being displayed. So the file name is malignant1 PNG, and the file type is a PNG file, as well as the file size. So let's start by classifying the image. So after pressing the classify image, you can see that the system will display back the original image uploaded by the user. So this is the original image. So you can see here is uploaded image. So moving on, this image, this mask image is actually generated by our first model, which is CNN UNet, whereby it will localize the area, the point of interest, whereby the system thinks there's a ovarian cancer. So looking back at the original image, the system thinks that this particular area is very suspicious, and there might be ovarian cancer there. Therefore, it's showing the mask here. So after that, we run this mask through another classification model, whereby the system will be able to detect, the model will be able to detect whether this is a malignant tumor, normal tumor, or a benign tumor. So as we can see here, it's showing here a malignant tumor. So it shows that the system detected that this is a malignant tumor. So let us verify whether it's true. So we can see we uploaded a malignant tumor image and it's classified as malignant tumor. So let us try with another image. Let us try with the normal image. And if we wait for a while, then it shows that the details is updated. So it's a normal file, and the file type is PNG, while the file size is this. So let us classify the image. So you can see the original file is uploaded, as can be seen here. So moving on is the mask generated by the model. So the system thinks that this part is a bit suspicious. Needs to take extra cautious. So after that, we run through the classification model, whereby it shows that the user is very healthy. Therefore, we can say that the classification model is quite accurate, and it can classify the image quite accurately. So thank you for your time. That's it for the product demonstration.
Hi everyone, so today I'm going to present my FYP project, which is having a topic of food wastage business intelligence system. My name is Simson Chen and I'm currently studying for a degree in computer science. So in this FYP, I will split into 6 sections, which is first the introduction, which will talk about the background of the project, and second will be objective, what are the goals and targets of this project and scope, which is what is the solution to solve the issue discussed on the objective, research design table, how to get started to design this system and how to work on it to create the whole system, and summary of literature review, which is what is the studies made for this project to help to create the outcome of the project. And lastly, we have the project demo, which is the demonstration of the prototype of the whole project. So first of all, we have the introduction. This introduction is that this project is to study and research on the problem of food wastage due to inappropriate refrigerations and provide a solution. The problem statement currently is that approximately every year 1.3 billion tons of food is wasted every year, and almost 40.6% of the harvested food are wasted due to inappropriate refrigeration, and because of that this food wastage also causes the environment to release greenhouse gases that are harmful for the atmosphere. According to the chart on the left side, we can see that household and distribution are having the biggest partial of food wastage in terms of percentage, and we can see that in the industry it holds around 58% of food that is produced. So 58% and 40% of it are wasted due to inappropriate refrigeration. So how do we solve that is, I've think of an idea to create a system that can predict the losses of food wastage when the food is having inappropriate refrigeration. So this project will use an IoT sensor to capture the temperature data so that it will know what are the temperature of the cooling equipments, and it will predict the losses if the temperature is too warm and so on, to calculate the cumulative loss. Besides that, it having a real-time temperature calculator, so it calculates the real-time cumulative loss, as well as the user can also calculate the cumulative loss using historical data. So first of all, the scope is split into three parts, which is the basic, intermediate and advanced. In basic level, the device should be able to capture the temperature of the cooling equipment. That means that the temperature sensor device should be able to detect what are the temperature that are having in the equipment. Then in intermediate, the device shall be able to capture and store the temperature into a database, and if the temperature is too warm, it should be able to alert the user. And in advanced, once the temperature is stored, the machine learning model will be able to estimate the loss using the given data set. So this will be the machine learning part, that it will predict all the necessary data to show the user what are the estimated loss if they don't keep their food in optimum temperature. Next, we have research design table. In research design table, we split into 3 questions. First is how temperature monitoring dashboard system can be used on cooling equipment. So the objective is to investigate the use of temperature monitoring dashboard, and in this question, we will use literature review and study of existing system to find out how can we apply IoT in business intelligence, and also list the possible feature that current system have and improvise it. The second question will be, what is the best mechanism to prevent food wastage? This is why we need to design and develop a temperature monitoring dashboard system, and we will use survey to see whether this is helpful for people around the industry, and to produce a prototype so that people can actually know what is their food condition and what is the estimated loss that they are currently facing. The third one will be, what can the accuracy of the temperature monitoring dashboard system able to reduce food wastage? This to validate the accuracy of using temperature monitoring dashboard system, and this method is using experimental, and the outcome should be to validate the effectiveness of the working prototype. So in this stage, we are supposed to have a high model accuracy with a stable model to actually perform this action to do the machine learning. Next, in our literature review, we actually reviewed that this temperature probe is actually a IoT sensor that's helped to detect the temperature, and we are using decision tree classifier, which is a machine learning model that uses induction of decision tree to predict the data, which is when one of the data go in, it will predict they will split into different branches, and it will predict through many conditions. Next, we are using Streamlit and Lumen. So Streamlit is an open source Python framework. It's used to build web applications for any Python related stuff such as machine learning and data science. So this helps to make showing of graphical illustration, graphical user interface easier. And Lumen will be used to creating our API for the temperature sensor to send and save in all the data. In conclusion, the model created is able to predict the estimate loss at the accuracy of 85.77%, which is higher than 80%, which is considered as quite accurate model. And the R-square difference of the actual data and the testing data is around 1.5%, means the difference in data is very low, means the model is very stable, and it's able to display the real-time data given. So once your temperature sensor device is turned on already, it will keep on sending data and predict the data on real time. And lastly, it will alert the user if the temperature of the equipment is too high, so that the user can take immediate action to see what they can do to actually bring the temperature down for the cooling equipment. That's all for my presentation part, and the last part I will show you the demo of my product. Hi, now I will do a prototype demonstration of my FYP project. So first of all, I have my web server started up. This web server is responsible to save in the data and collect data from the temperature sensor and save it into the database. So as you can see now, my database is created here, and I have my ESP8266 motherboard device connected to a temperature sensor, and it's run by a USB power source. So if now I refresh the database, we can see that the new temperature is actually coming in, so 30.94, and I refresh, it will run a new 30.75. Okay, the next one will be I have run my Streamlit project, then it will display this UI for the user. And the first thing, I will show the current temperature of the device. Because of I doesn't really have cool equipment to simulate, so I minus 25 degree from the actual degree Celsius. So that is the basic room temperature, and as you can see, the chart here is actually keep on moving with the new generated temperature, and this is the maximum temperature that the equipment should be. So if I pull up the temperature up to this point, so let's say I burn the temperature sensor with fire right now, we can see that the temperature will be rise up to a certain point, so it's slowly rising. Let's burn a little bit more. Okay, so we can see the temperature actually rises when the sensor got heated. So once the sensor got heated, the chart will show that the user actually generating estimated loss on below. So this will let the user know that, and we also alert them to say that your temperature equipment is getting warmer. Please check on the equipment so they can take further action immediately. After that, they can track the real-time estimated loss based on this chart, and they can also check on their data on historical data, so that they can check this. All these are linked to the database, and they can check it as and when they want to see what is the predicted loss they are currently facing. So this shows some of the chart data, and also they can see what are the cumulative loss they are currently facing. So this will show that in this period of time, 2nd August to 7th of August, they are actually losing about $140. Secondly, in the means of data science, I have also do a correlation heat map to see what are the correlated values, independent variables, to better help me to choose which are the best variable to use to train the data. After picking the data to train, I split into 5 models to train with different independent variables to see which are the highest accuracy score and also have the lowest R-squared value. So as we can see that the accuracy score is quite high. 5 of the model get more than 85%, and I also included this in the report. And then real time, this will show what is the predicted value and the actual value by training the model, and we can actually explain it by using the line model to say which data are highly correlated to each other. And besides that, it will also generate a stats model chart to get more statistical reference on R-square value and others to show that this model is actually stable. Yep, that's all for my presentation demo. Thank you for watching.
Hello, good day to everyone who is watching this presentation. I am KDU from final year student of UOW KDU Malaysia. Would like to present my final year project. So the title of my project is Food Review Accredited Application, and this project has been supervised by Mr. Pua. Okay, let's begin. As research have been done prior to my final year project, there are a lot of information was able to gather and showcase in the documentation of the final year project. Based on the research, I found out that online reviews can be considered as electronic word of mouth, e-worm, and is omnipresent and part of many customer purchase journey. Reviews are gathered, collected, and shown to consumers in an easy to digest manner in a variety of settings. Businesses such as Yelp, Facebook, Google, IMDb, and Rotten Tomatoes offer venues for people to post their reviews, which are collected and shown to other users. Food review platform, on the other hand, can follow customer opinions in a way that traditional word of mouth communication would not be able to. However, unlike traditional word of mouth, reviews are always open to everyone. According to studies, the tighter the connection between restaurants and consumers via evaluation, the larger the beneficial impacts on company overall. On the other hand, food reviews are different in different platforms. This has been a concerning problem for customers to select the right platform to obtain the food reviews. Besides that, online review sites are generally excellent place to gain new business and increase sales. Obtaining a large number of positive evaluation on a third-party website might even be a part of solid marketing plan. So now we move on to the project scope. Before we moving on to project scope, let's look at objective of this project. So the first objective of the project is to investigate the problems that food review application and restaurant industry are facing. And the second objective is to design and develop a food review application that aggregates reviews from various websites and applications using React Native. And the last one is to validate and verify the efficiency of using food review aggregated application using React Native. Next, we will look at project scope. There are three main scopes have taken place for this project. So the first one is the basic. So it aggregates review from various websites and applications. For example, like the system allows user to use this application to review or revise restaurant or food of their choice. The second one is intermediate, provide utility or value to the user. For example, like user have a privilege to add review and able to view food reviews that aggregates across all platform and websites. And the last one is the advanced one, locate nearby food according to the location. For example, the system shall able to detect user location and preference in food choices. So next, we moving on to research design table. So this is the overall research design table for this project. The first research question is, what is the current problem that our customers are facing? So the method I used for this research was study literature review and existing system. And the outcomes I expected is to gain an in-depth understanding of restaurant industry and technology that can boost the industry. The second one was, what are the main functions applied in this application? So the method I used was produce a prototype, and the outcome I expected was produce a prototype that is able to fulfill the criteria of the research objectives. That is to design and develop a food review aggregated application. So the last one was, how does an aggregated application will enhance and boost restaurant industry out there? So the method that I was using was produce a working prototype. So the outcome I expected was produce a working prototype that able to aggregate reviews from different websites and applications. So this is overall the research design table. So next we move on to literature review. So before I move on to app demonstration, so this is the last part of the presentation. So lastly, there are three main literature review was used in the research. Number one is online word of mouth, characteristic of Yelp.com reviews. So this literature review tells me about the characteristic of an application called Yelp and the use of food reviews in restaurant industry. The second one is text mining customer reviews for expect-based restaurant ratings. This particular literature review tells me about the ways that reviews could be extracted and displayed, and later on it helps for one of my methods that has been used to develop for this application that's called web scraping. And the last one is UI framework for React Native. So this literature review explained me about the pros and cons using React Native framework. So mostly the literature review that I go through aim to explore various concepts and techniques to create this food review aggregated application. And additionally, this literature review also discussed extensively about the challenges and existing web applications similar to food review application, also about analysis of customer online review and customer communication on online platform. So this is about my presentation. So now we move on to our app demonstration. I will explain more about my application. Thank you. Hello, welcome to my application demo. So this is my application. Sorry, this is my application. So I use Expo Development Client to run my emulator. So in React Native, you don't have to code twice to use in iOS or Android. For example, to run a iOS application, uh, you need to code in Swift or Objective C, and you want to run an Android application, you need to code in Java or Kotlin. But if you use React Native framework, you don't have to code in either way. You just have to code in JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. Actually, it's quite different if you compare to actual type of JavaScript. React Native is like they have their own language, how to use it. So I studied for 4 months how to really use it React Native. So that's one of the advantage for React Native. You don't have to code 2 times. Just to code once, translate to their native code, to their native code. Like for iOS, you just translate to Swift. For Android, you translate to Java. Yeah, you don't have to code twice. That's the main advantage of React Native. So that's why I use this popular framework to do my final year project. So let's stop wasting time going to the application. So to use this application, you need to log in. To log in, you need to have an email address and password. Let's say you don't have an email address and password. We enter a wrong email address and password wrong. It doesn't authorize me to enter because there's no user record been identified. So to have to enter this system, you need to register as a user. Like you can see here, there has been 4 users been registered. Only this registered user can enter to the application. So let me show you how I register and enter into it. So first I write the name, then the email address and the password. So press sign up, then it goes to the main login page. Then as you can see, say refresh, new user ID has been created, kadir@gmail.com. So to log in, I just enter, let's say if I enter the right email but the wrong password, I still cannot enter. It shows me invalid password or the user does not have the same password. So what I do was I must do was I must enter the right password to enter. So yeah, there you go. So this will be the main page of this application. You can see it direct to the nearby restaurant in Kuala Lumpur. So it's like location based service. So I don't have to go there, type Kuala Lumpur or Selangor to find for the food. It automatically finds the nearby place in your area. Let's say now I'm living in Kuala Lumpur, it shows me the foods and restaurants in Kuala Lumpur. As far as now, I know, as far as I know now, I only added 4 restaurants to the system. 4 restaurants as the system. If you press, if you press it, you can see the details of this restaurant and the ratings across different platforms. So one is like aggregate ratings we get from different platforms. So it just analyze and shows the average rating. So it will be easier for the users to see. And if the user want to send message to the app, you just have to press this and you can type in the message and send it. I'm sorry, the system is quite slow. That's the main disadvantage of React Native. It's not as fast as the native framework like Xcode or Android Studio. That's one of the disadvantages of React Native. So if I want to go to the user profile, just have to press this. So you can see the followers following, setting button and everything, the recent activities and everything. So now I have to go back to see the reviews, aggregated reviews. Okay, before that, down here is also the same one, like the on top one, because all the same. I only enter like four restaurant details. So now we move on to the reviews. So if you want to see the reviews, usually have to go to the details page, then press reviews. Now you can see the reviews across different platforms. Right now I only take reviews from two platforms, two websites. One is Facebook and one more is TripAdvisor. Like can you see? So how I take the reviews is I use a web scraping tool. For example, web scraping. I use Python and a web scraping package called Beautiful Soup to extract the data and save it into my Firebase. So how it does was I go to this URL. So I find which paragraph. Let's say I want to have first, the four latest reviews. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. So I state the which paragraph I want to go. Let's say paragraph P. So I wanted the first four reviews. So I state the number 0, 1, 2, 3. Then I save it and send to my file store. You can see in my file store there will be these reviews. Sorry, need some time. Forgot about this. So as you can see the reviews from this one is from TripAdvisor, and this one is from Facebook. You can see the reviews is here. So later on, I take this data, fetch this data, and display it on my application like this here. So it is one of the main tool I use for extracting my data from website. It's one of the main method I use to aggregate the reviews from different platform or website. So this is how I aggregate the reviews. You can see the user can see the reviews. So if the user want to enter their review, they have to go to review one. Review. They have to press whatever review. Let's say we have the food is good. We have to save the review. Then later on, my Firestore will my Firestore will save the added review, and later on display. Let me refresh this page. It's very slow compared to the native framework. Let me refresh. Okay. Now you can. Oh, sorry. Now you can go to the bottom of this application. Okay, there you go. The food is good. The review is added by me. So this is one of the methods. This is one of the functions for the user. So that is about my application demo. Later on, if the user want to log out, so they have to go to the main page. Then we have to press log out. That's it about my application. So I hope you understand what I try to present to you. So this is the codes that have been used. This is the key. Actually, we need this key to access the Firestore. So I got the key from the Firestore, then used it in my code. Later on, I have the access to access my Firestore. So that I have the access to access my Firestore for that particular reason. So this is the main app, my main app code. You can see this is all the screens, and inside the screens they have codes, what they have the codes, their functions. So that's it about my application. Thank you.
Hello, this is my presentation for my final year project. So my final year project will be traffic sign recognition system. So we start off with the introduction. Traffic signs play a huge role in road safety, mainly because they indicate drivers about the situation of the road. The issue here is that most drivers, they don't tend to look at the traffic signs even though they were meant to guide us on the road. There are existing systems that helps indicating the drivers about the traffic signs on the road. However, the downsides of those systems is that they will sometimes fail to classify the traffic signs correctly due to their mediocre recognition rate. So recently, deep learning has become a hot topic in machine learning field, mainly because they achieve high accuracy in classification tasks, particularly in image classification. However, they are not very practical for real-time applications because they require heavy computational power to operate. So, the aim of this study is to build a traffic sign recognition system that is able to achieve high accuracy in traffic sign classification. At the same time, it requires low computational power to operate. There are three research objectives here. So the first one is to study the existing deep learning algorithms. The second one will be designing and develop the traffic sign system that uses less computational power than the current state-of-the-art traffic sign recognition systems. And the third one will be to validate the accuracy and the power required of the developed system. In the scope of study, there will be three levels. The first one, which is the basic. As for the functions, the system shall be able to read the traffic sign image as input during the model training. The second one will be the system shall be able to predict and classify traffic sign images regardless of the model accuracy. So the second one, which is the intermediate level, the functions will be the model of the system shall have lower trainable parameters than the state-of-the-art models. And then the system shall be able to deploy on a web server. The third level, which is advanced, the function will be the system shall be able to achieve high accuracy in traffic sign classification. The system shall be able to classify traffic signs at a low execution time, and the system shall be able to display the model interpretation. So this is the research design table. The first research question will be, will the existing system produce accurate results? So the method for this question is that we use literature review to list out the possible algorithms and functions used for those systems. The second question will be how to design a traffic sign recognition system that uses less computational power to recognize the traffic sign than current state-of-the-art systems. The method here that we use will be through analysis of the experimental results from existing systems. So this way, we will be able to use that analysis to produce a functional prototype of the system. The third question will be, will the developed system achieve high accuracy in traffic sign recognition tasks and maintaining at a low computational power? The method here will be through experiment, so that way we can evaluate the accuracy and the computational power of the system. So this is the summary of literature review. The first one will be convolutional neural networks. So this deep learning architecture can achieve very high accuracy in classification, and it excels particularly in the image classification task. The second one will be local interpretable model agnostics, which is short form as LIME. This algorithm helps analyzing the interpretation of the model after each image classification. It is very useful for deep learning models, such as the CNN just now, because they are very complex and hard to understand. The third one will be Python. So Python is an easy to learn programming language and offers a wide array of libraries for machine learning and image processing like TensorFlow, Keras, and Pillow, and etc. Next one will be Streamlit. So Streamlit is used to deploy the developed system to a web server for testing purposes. And last but not least, which is the Agile model. So Agile model is used as the software development life cycle because the scale of the project is very small and can easily be responded to changes. Okay, so here is my product demonstration. We'll start off with the image classification with GTSRB dataset. So you can see here is the image as the input image. We'll start off predicting the traffic sign. You can see here the predicted label here is 2 and it's 0.67 seconds. Here is the model interpretation using the line feature. And since it's labeled 2, we'll take a check with the label list. You can see here that the input image matches the label list image. We'll use another image as example. Okay, so we'll predict the traffic sign. So here the predicted label is 1 and then the execution time is 0.68. You can see here it matches with the model interpretation, and here we can see that the input image matches with the label list. So we use a different data set, which is Belgian TS. Okay, we'll predict the traffic sign. It's label 6, and here the class is the same. We'll take another example. Okay, so here we got 53 class, and then the predicted label is 53. So here we'll go on towards the dataset details. So here in TSRB, you can see that the total number of images is 39,000. And here is the number of classes separated in a graph. As you can see here, the dataset is quite imbalanced in terms of the number of images. And here is the graph visualization of the dataset in Belgium TS. Similar to the GTSRB, both datasets have very imbalanced data. So here in the model summary, we'll focus, it shows the network architecture, but we'll focus towards the end, which is the total parameters of the network architecture. Here you can see it has 94,000 parameters in GTSRB, whereas in Belgium TS there is over 100,000. There is a number of difference, mainly because of the number of classes. So Here is the report of the GTS-RB. The model accuracy is around 98.03, and here is the model accuracy and the model loss. And here is the classification report of each of the classes. And here is the report for Belgium TS. It has a model accuracy of 96.86. And this is the graph of the accuracy and loss during the training and evaluation and validation. And here is the classification report of the number of classes. Here is the results. So you can see there are two models being compared. One, which is the benchmark test model, ENET V1. Another one will be the developed model. Note that both models are using the same GTS-RB dataset as benchmark. So the benchmark test model has an accuracy of 98.69, while the developed model has an accuracy of 98.03. The ENET V1, however, has a number of parameters of 900,000, while the developed model has a number of parameters of 94,000. As for conclusions, in comparison with the state of the art model just now as benchmark test, although the developed model is achieved slightly lower in the model accuracy, it is, however, that the size of the network architecture is 10 times smaller in terms of number of parameters. So for future enhancement, we will perform a system integration into a real-time environment. Another one will be increasing the model accuracy in classification. Thank you.
Papa is a scam. I am disappointed. Oh, Bulbasaur. Yeah, love me. I'm your master now.
Goodbye.
Hello everyone, my name is Imran, one of the producers and lead designers here presenting for Playtando, and today we like to give you a further glimpse of our first ever game built during Game Project Studios 1 called To Land and Back. In To Land and Back, you play as a little child who represents one of the next generation of many few solo survivors of Mount Vesuvius post-eruption massacre and inhabit a man-made underground city named the New Pompeii City. After being sent on an errand run by his prime caretaker, he meets an unfamiliar creature along his journey. The artwork for To Land and Back emulates the warmness and familyness of the classic Studio Ghibli's art style, which has an accent of life and dense details spread throughout of the game itself. To Land and Back primarily offers the player simple controls to work around with it when it comes to interactions, which will then be seen rapidly over the course of the game, but in new forms and shapes. Simple push and pull mechanic may be incorporated into the puzzle as the player progressively with it. Together with the Firefly by his side, they will learn to work together and learn more about the truth of the land above and the mysteries that the wise and the elders has been keeping from the citizens of New Pompeii. To Land and Back is coming to all PC platforms on Jingle Mingle Day presented by UOW Malaysia KDU, which is on the 17th of December, and we can't wait to show you what we have in store. Thank you.
And these are the works of our game development students on their GPS 1 projects. Interested in trying any of the games you saw? Visit our HIO link to try them out yourselves. Coming up next, let us present to you Cogton and the development team behind this award-winning game.
Good afternoon to the fellow viewers. Welcome to UOW Malaysia KDU Jingle Mingle 2021, brought to you by SCCM and Dice Collective. I'm the host Imran Islahalik, and my co-host.
Hi, I'm Wesley, and here we are going to bring you some game development projects during the year of 2020 and 2021. And together with us right here, right now, is Clocked In, GPS2 project.
So let's introduce the team of Clocked In.
Hi, my name is Vanessa, and I'm the art lead for Clocked In.
Hi, my name is Braden. I'm the designer for Clocked In.
Hi, my name is Yi Chen. I'm also the designer for Clockin.
Hi, my name is Chong Chun Zhen, and I am one of the programmers for the team.
So you have met the team themselves. So let's talk about a bit what is Clocked In.
Clocked In is a game about an individual that works in an office as an office worker or a salaryman, depending on where you're from. And he basically gets tasked by the boss directly to do extremely mundane stuff like delivering food and or drinks, messing around with the timetable schedule of the day, meetings and such, printing papers, photocopying papers, typing in reports, things that are extremely mundane in a everyday office worker rather than actually contributing directly to the office motive itself. And yeah, basically just he doesn't do the correct things. He was not tasked to do the correct things.
Right. So now, before we start off and move on to the next question, Clocked In actually won silver in the Sintok International Games and Gamification Awards 2021. So to the team work behind Clocked In, congratulations on winning the award. Hope you guys are doing really great.
Thank you.
Yeah. So right. So I'll just move on to the questions, and this one goes out to the team. So this is a GPS2 project. So what was the feeling when the team came together and met each other for the first time?
I think for GPS2, because how it worked was some of the members were already pre-selected, and we could like put in people that we haven't worked with into the extra slots. So the team dynamic was very different compared to our experiences beforehand from GPS1, since most of us have not worked together before, and it was like a whole process of going back to learning the basics of working with different sorts of people, energy, the time scheduling, and like different methods of like communication starts. Yeah.
That's quite really good if you're especially doing into the game project itself and you're finding your project if you haven't worked with your different people and your classmates. So when during your GPS2, did you experience anything new when doing the game?
So as for the experience that we could learn and also the new things that we learned from GPS1 would be we have already had the scoop downs as we learned from GPS1. We have large expectation from GPS1, and compared to GPS2, we know more and for the time beings and what the teams can do. So we have the smooth timelines for the teams there.
Right. So GPS2 is definitely before GPS2. There is GPS1 where you guys met with different team and work together differently. So what was the expectation you guys had for GPS2 that's different from GPS1, and what are the things that you've changed yourself coming into GPS2?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, so as we just I have said just now, that sorry that there's some interrupt in between the questions. As also we learned that in the time gains and the team skills all over from GPS1 brought to GPS2, we could have a better production timelines and management would better than compared to GPS1.
And to add on that, actually, when we came around together as a team in GPS2, when we were pitching the games and such, we were generating ideas. We came about the decision that was unanimously voted to along each other that we are to make a game that is a playable demo, sort of, not a complete game. So a game that can just show off the idea and somewhat leave it at that, I guess. Yeah.
think like the takeaway from like GPS one most importantly was we learned how to operate on a battle for the team, not battle for the game. So our expectations for the game, especially we kind of like scope it lower than we most were probably done during our GPS one time. And how we felt about the game development was really prioritizing the team's morale and having fun with developing the game. And more than the like making a perfect product with the game. So we gave ourselves some sort of space to fail, but also a bar of quality that we wanted to push in the end.
That's quite really good insight for especially students who's just going to GPS 1 and also GPS 2, so they would know where the bar is going to happen. So let's move on from that. Let's ask the design questions. So during your time during your clocked in game in GPS 2, what were the themes and genre that you had to follow for the project?
So as for the themes that given from the lecturers, which would be illusion, COVID, and also serious, the teams have come into meetings in discussion rooms, and after a few pitches that we gone through, and we decided to go into serious the themes, and along to the genre, we are free to do in any genre as long as it's on a mobile platform.
So anything you want to add on to that, Raiden?
So in regards to that, actually, we had a re-pitch. We when we came about the ideas and such, we actually came up with a lot of ideas, seemingly close around like 11 to 15 somewhere there, if I remember correctly. And we picked out 3 that we really like had some sort of standing ground on, a foundation and such, right? So we knew what things that we can work on and what can we benefit from the ideas and such. So when we pitched the 3 ideas, it seemed that the lecturers have gave us advice on when making these ideas. It was uh, more important to target things that can be fun, since our motive was to create a game that is can deliver its idea and generally not a complete game lah, right? So we essentially we were told that we were targeting for the fun aspect, and we were not none of the game pitches that we gave were sort of fun on paper when we worked around it. The idea that we all selected at the end of the pitch was a potion brewing game where, following a similar story to Red Riding Hood, the grandma fell sick, and the granddaughter has to create these potions to help clients medicine and such to earn money to help with the grandma's sickness, right? So the lecturers told us that the gameplay wasn't seemingly fun for the player, even though we were trying to justify it with the fact that the player is given a lot of room to mess around with the ingredients. Yeah, so that did not seem very fun. So afterwards, we had to do a re-pitch in which we actually, following the serious theme, we landed upon an office worker, and yeah, that's how Clocked In was founded. The foundation of it. Yeah.
I see. Yeah. So it's actually very amazing how you explain the process of how you actually started out from a potion brewing game, and then now moving on to this office environment mini game sort of game. So I'll have to ask that, like, how did why did you guys chose specifically on this to design this game in this office environment?
Uh, at first it just came around like as a soft idea that what if it was just because at that time the game Among Us, the deception game Among Us, was blowing up, was like everywhere. And actually our clique ourselves kind of played it as well, and we were kind of intrigued by the fact that the mini games in Among Us actually are more time consumption and just time wasting mini games in that, for the imposters to actually attain their objective, right? So in that sense, we kind of formed the idea that these tasks are actually extremely mundane, and even though it works towards the objective, of like you can win via performing tasks. You can also actually win by just voting out the imposters. In this sense, we came across the idea that it's a serious matter, right, to work in an office, but what if the boss tells you to do things that you make it feel like you are doing something but not essentially doing the important things, right? So yeah, that's how it came about with the office environment and mundane tasks.
Quite interesting you had that thought process of working in an office and like want to gain that knowledge, show people how people work in the office environment itself. But it goes also, I have played the game before, and I would ask that why did the game choose the design when the player promotes they have to do more tasks?
For that, I'll have to pull from experience, in the sense that I have a couple of friends that are actually working in customer service. So every day they get to deal with customers of variety, of whether like they are confused customers, they are angry customers, and such and such. But in the sense that when you get promoted, in general, you are obviously carrying more weight on your shoulders and you get more responsibility. So in this sense, you are also like getting more things to do, right? But in our game, you're getting more things that are not really useful, not really relevant to the job that you're actually taking. So yeah, in that sense, you still get more things to do, just more mundane things.
Right. So thank you to the designers for those questions. Now we're gonna move on to the next section. In this section, we're gonna ask the game art related questions. So this one would be more towards Vanessa, the game artist for Clocked In. So Vanessa, what are the biggest design challenges that you have encountered for Clocked In?
I would say there were two. One was not really design; it was more of like optimization, because Clocked In essentially is a mobile game, and it was our first time learning how to use 3D assets, making it as optimized as possible. So one of the things that we had to do actually was delete a lot of like faces from the 3D object. So if you actually turn the camera around, like all the objects had like no face at all, or like at the bottom of it, in order to optimize it better. And the second challenge that we had, more design based, was actually how would we create like great UI for a vertical screen. So it was that, plus we had a pretty short time scope for it. I think we only had like 1 week to create all the UI for the game, and including like the mini game. So we wanted to implement some sort of like immersion to the UI. So for example, like some of the things that designed, like the main menu was like a clip-on board. The credits and settings and the help scene were also sort of like influenced by everyday office like scenes. You can see like taskboard and kind of help menu, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Quite inspiring that you managed to finish UI in just 1 week until your deadline, most likely. And,
Never again.
and also the design of the UI, it does make sense and also fits the game itself. So I applaud you for that. Based on that also, was the artwork in the office was based in a real life location or something that reminded you of something?
Essentially, we wanted to go for like a more a more Malaysian style. So like Malaysian elements into the office. But one problem in there was a design problem, in which we weren't sure if whether the game, like if we were to show like foreigners, whether they could understand local references, things like that. So I think eventually we kind of like reverted it back to your typical like Western college art, because anyone who played the game would understand the references. Yeah.
Right. So let's talk a little bit about the character artwork. So what was the discussion around when drawing and designing the characters?
So we were trying to go for like a more like fun and quirky kind of a style, and I believe like our conversations were based off games like Animal Crossing, that kind of thing. And I believe that even in terms of like character design, the reason why like our characters have like two balls as hands because it was easy to animate. You didn't have to like every time you pick up object, your hand has to move like that. So it just kind of like stick to your hand, like, you know. Yeah.
That's quite interesting. You decide to base it on Animal Crossing, but moreover than that, as I played the game, I saw the boss himself, and I was thinking, was the boss designed from Mr. Dr. Ike himself?
Yes. So we designed the boss of our great Dr. I, which we thought would be funny because during our GPS2, he was actually one of the mentors for another team. And I thought like I think my team thought like, oh, it would be fun and cute to have like a little cameo inside, you know. Extra flavor.
Oh, I'm for sure Dr. Ike will be very honored, and I believe you guys really love him.
Yeah.
So moving on to the tech questions. We have Chong to answer these questions. One of it, what were the engines and language that was used for the game?
For our game, we use the Unity engine and the C# programming language by default. We chose this game engine because we used it before during GPS 1, so we had a general understanding of how to use it, and it was naturally the safest option to go for. For the techs, we also had a mobile games development course on the same semester, so it will be more efficient to learn the ropes along the way rather than learning a completely new game engine from scratch.
Right. So, when it comes to using the engine that and language that you mentioned, is there any challenges? Is there any like tech challenges when it comes to making this game out using those engine and language?
Personally, I'd say not really. Since we already had a basic understanding of the engine since GPS 1, there wasn't really much trouble in general. But we didn't have any experience with the other game engines like Unreal Engine, so we couldn't really make a comparison to them. For the programming language, it's kind of the same. There weren't really any issues either because we had like this amazing feature called IntelliSense, and it basically provides all like the helpful information, autocorrects and suggestions. So it makes our programming code much more easier to do, much more convenient.
That's quite very efficient work you guys have done it, and also this is based on engines that you have learned previous class. So, but during your project itself, there is the use of GitHub itself to work with different teammates and to combine the game in one. So, did you had any problems using GitHubs?
Definitely, we definitely have problems using GitHub. So for our team, our work process is that we do our own stuff in our own branches in GitHub, and then after we're done, we merge them into the main branch. Naturally, due to the lack of experience on GitHub, there were quite a number of merge conflicts that occurred throughout the whole production process. Mainly, it was usually because we forget to update our own branches before we start working on them, and naturally that causes conflicts because we keep trying to push an old build into the main branch. Fortunately, these conflicts didn't really affect our process. It didn't affect our flow too much, and it didn't like slow down our production process in general. But this is definitely an important thing to take note for future work.
Right. So I think that's about all of the questions that we have for our team behind Clocked In today. So I think as one final send off, is there anything that you would like to advise to your juniors or anyone who's into game development in GPS2?
Don't overscope. Yeah. Just set your expectations to a demo, a good playable demo. Don't overscope.
So how about the designers? Any advice? Any short advice you want to give?
If if you are looking for design advice, please look for Mr. Johan. He's amazing design lecturer, especially when it comes to level design. If you're looking for narrative design, please look for Mr. Shen. He is extremely helpful in that regard. Yeah.
Right. How about Yishen? Any advice you want to give?
I don't think any. I'm afraid that I've already said if you have any regards, and then you just look for that good lectures that will help you a lot for that aspect.
Right. Yes. We love you, Mr. Johan. In case you don't know. So right. How about you, Chong? Any advice you want to give your
Okay.
juniors?
So for text, if you guys are working on GitHub, very important thing I think personally is always update your teammates when you try and add new stuff into GitHub, when you try and push new content. Always remember to let your team know, update them so that they don't get off the loop and they don't end up like forgetting to add in the new stuff into their branches, because that's like the most common mistakes that a lot of people do up until now actually. Try to keep your branches up to date. Try to keep your stuff up to date. Don't end up pushing like old stuff into the project, which can like delay your production flow, your production process in general.
Actually, I'd like to add on something onto the design advices, right? For designers, I think try to either use your phone or book or something like that, right? Something to make remarks on. Whenever an idea pops up to you, immediately write it down somewhere, right? Like just whether it's useful or not, just immediately just write it down, right? It's an idea, it's something to work around, whether it's like small or big, doesn't matter, just write it down, and then when the time comes and such, you can refer back to your notebooks and such, you're able to come up with something. Yeah, so you can technically never run out of ideas in that way, considering that if you have been writing for a while, you have a gigantic notebook or notepad full of just random ideas, right? Like everyday things. Yeah. So do that often, and yeah, you find yourself overloaded with ideas instead.
I see.
And I would like to add for
yeah.
can I
Sorry.
add? For the artists, please learn how to use the game engine. Don't rely on the programmers to like import everything. Learn the game engine. It will definitely like speed up the process a lot. Yeah.
I see. But so yeah, right. I think that's about all the time that we have with us. Yeah, this has been our interview with the team behind Clocked In. So once again, I would like to congratulate the team behind Clocked In for their amazing work. And also, yeah, it's a pleasure to have you guys on the show with us. So once again, thank you guys very much for joining us. So yeah, we would also like to thank everyone right now who are watching or listening to us. Yeah, thank you for tuning in. So this has been UOW Malaysia's KDU's Jingle Mingle 2021. We still have more interviews coming up that is brought to you by the School of Computing and Creative Media and also Dice Collective. So I am the co-host, Wesley, and my host.
I'm the host.
Yeah,
Imran.
so and yeah, see you next time. Thank you.
You.
Thank you to the team for joining Jingle Mingle. It was really nice to know more about what does it take to create Clocked In. If you're interested in trying out Clocked In, check out the link below. Coming up next, tune in to the compilation of the works of our game development students.
Hi, we are Team Now creators, and this is our game, Contriver. Contriver is a science fiction action gun building game. This is our game's main menu. This is the game's interactable UI, which is the factory, our main setting of the game. This is the terminal, which the player can access information, like guns and Contriver, which is the enemy you'll face. And this is the pistol, the shotgun and the SMG, which are the guns that are featured in our game. After viewing the information here, the player needs to walk to the enemy to challenge them in an event called Point Blank, which is a gun building gameplay. This is Hawk, the first enemy the player will challenge. This is the start of Point Blank, which is core selection and core activation. After activating a core, the player will start by choosing the parts they need to complete the criteria. The player will also need to charge the core using the core charges to fit the criteria. The second phase, which is the gun building phase. This is where the player builds their gun before the enemy does to win the game. After building the gun, the player needs to complete the quick time event to win. And that's all for our gameplay. And this is our team, which consists of the lead designer Samuel Nathan, Chipin, me, our lead artist Ryan Cole, and Kumin Long, and also the lead programmer Xian Yong, Liza, Zheng Jie, and Min Jane. And that's all for our game. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Wu Jianjin of Stop Feeding Studios, and in this demo video, I'll be presenting our GPS2 game, Mine Wars. In short, Mine Wars is a strategy mobile game that incorporates elements from both roguelike games and auto chess games like Teamfight Tactics. Players take the role of a mind doctor, who with the help of his technologically advanced nanobots, vanquishes evil viruses in sick patients. So first off, I'll quickly just show off the two pieces of content players can access before entering the main game. The first being a basic in-game interactive tutorial that teaches the players the ropes. And for our second piece of content, an in-depth instruction or guide menu that provides detailed information and statistics for the game's various mechanics for players who are interested. So now let's get into the main game itself. To summarize, our gameplay can be separated into three key phases: the shopping phase, placement phase, and combat phase. In the shopping phase, players are able to purchase items or units from a randomized selection and re-roll their selection if they want to, much like the shop systems you see in auto chess games. Currently, there are a total of 4 different purchasable items, each with their own role and function. Players will also have to manage their limited resources in the form of time and currency. Either by running out of time or by the player's manual decision, the game moves on to the placement phase. Before placing nanobots, players can do a quick checkup on their stat modifiers and make a decision on which one of the 4 platforms they prefer. After using the spawn menu to place their nanobots, the game moves on to the combat phase. During the combat phase, the player's prime objective is to eliminate all viruses and virus towers on the level. While combat is for the most part handled automatically by AI, the player can also manually activate their purchase spells during this period. If victorious, the player is greeted with a post-round summary of their spent resources, before moving on to the next wave. The following footage is a montage of several different iterations of the game's waves or levels. As a roguelite-inspired game, our game was designed with endless replayability in mind. To that end, every level in Mine Wars is procedurally generated and represents their own unique challenge. In addition to different configurations, wave's difficulty also scales, with enemy numbers and stats being increased for each wave cleared. And that's it for our demo. Thanks for watching.
And these are the works of our game development students on their GPS2 projects. Interested in trying out any of the games you saw? Visit our itch.io page to try them out. Up next, listen in to the story behind the comic Footprints and the artist's experience in creating this award-winning artwork on the UOWM Creative channel. The link is also available below.
Welcome to UOW Malaysia KDU's Jingle Mingle of 2021, brought to you by the School of Computing and Creative Media, and of course, the DICE Collective. My name's Rick. I'm joined here with Reina to interview one Danish Fitri. He's from the Diploma of Sequential Arts, and he's worked on Footprints, a second place winner in Clip Studio Paint's International Comic and Manga School Competition. Danish, how about you go ahead and introduce yourself?
My name is Danish Fitri. I am an artist based in Malaysia and an alumnus of Diploma in Sequential Art. I do various things like comics, concept art, and just simply regular illustrations.
Maybe to start off, you could give a short explanation in your own words what Footprints is about?
Footprints was just a short webcomic about the struggles and the lengths one would go through to reach their goal.
How was it like creating Footprints? Were there like any story or show that you took inspiration from?
So creating the comic was quite tricky at the start since I wasn't quite used to the long strip format. I was more familiar with the traditional page format. For the inspirations, I was inspired by a lot of the stories from various athletes of the sports that I follow. Those people are usually some of the most driven people out there.
Have you climbed a snowy mountain before?
No, unfortunately. Although I would like to do it one day.
How long was the production for Footprints like, from start to finish?
So, because it was part of the class, before I started on the comic, I had to make a small pitch that the lecturer would approve of. After that, I would detail the rough premise of the comic, all the character designs, and a lot of the references that are needed. And the comic took a whole semester to finish, but that's mostly due to juggling multiple assignments at the same time.
How do you create the characters in your comic?
Usually, I start with the defining traits of the characters. Like, for example, like what are their flaws, their strengths, what they want and what they need. And then after that, I start thinking of the appearance.
Do you think the characters reflect your own life in any way?
Kind of. I've been in a similar situation where I was too obsessed with catching up to my peers and those that I idolize. I still am to a certain extent, but hopefully not to the point where it becomes counterproductive.
Do you think you have managed to push out this this piece without all the things you picked up from DSA and all the help you got from the lecturers?
Definitely not. Without the things I've learned, I probably wouldn't even know how to start a comic. The course has taught me a lot of the process of creating comics and how to find a writing style that works.
So, what was your experience before joining DSA and now?
Before joining DSA, I had little to no experience in the visual arts. I had no knowledge of the fundamentals, but now I think I feel a bit more confident in drawing 3D forms. And while I still have more to improve, I'm able to draw more intricate environments and dynamic characters.
Since you were looking to get involved in the visual arts, what made you pick sequential arts over something like game art?
Well, I am actually very interested in game art, but I've always loved reading comics ever since I was little, so I think that's a big reason why I chose DSA.
What's your favorite genres in comics?
I have a lot, but it would probably be fantasy or psychological.
Any recommendation?
I would recommend Berserk, but that's kind of it's a bit of an adult. It explores a lot of the adult themes, so it may not be for everyone.
Since you've read so much in your own time, are you planning to make any new pieces in the coming future? Any new projects or works?
I do have a couple projects planned out. I am trying to create something a bit in a larger scale, but they are still in early development.
With the pandemic and COVID-19 going on, do you think it's impacted your flow of work in any way?
Definitely, because before the pandemic, I would usually just go to the studio and do my work there, and having a proper studio definitely allows you to get into a better mindset to do work.
Are there any physical challenges to the pandemic and producing artwork?
I'm not sure if it's counted as physical, but hardware is definitely one of them. Not having a bigger drawing tablet and not having a powerful enough computer does make it a bit slower.
So, that being said, I guess you've used the campus's resources a lot when producing your work and making new pieces like this.
Yes, I relied on it a lot.
In your own opinion, does the style or the idea of the comic come first?
It's usually the idea of the comic first. Like I'll start with the script and then I'll move on with the drawings itself.
Are there any companies that you would like to work with? Like any dream company?
I don't really know many companies that work on comics, but in general, I would like to be good enough to work on projects for local studios like Metronomic or even internationals like Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah, do you have any advice for aspiring comic artists out there?
I don't really have much wisdom to give since I'm still quite a newbie myself, but if I do have to say something, it would be to pace yourself carefully. Try not to overburden yourself too much, because that's how you get burnt out, and it's something very difficult to get out of.
Since you've worked on this, you've worked on Footprints alone as a solo creator. Do you think you have involved anyone if the opportunity was there?
Yeah, probably, because that would really help smoothen out the process and allows me to create a product faster.
If you were to graduate, would you continue working on your own projects or join a production house?
Depends. I think I would probably join a production house just to get more experience. But then later on, I would like to work on my own projects.
If you had more time to work on Footprints, is there anything you would add more to it or change?
I've been looking back at it now. I think I would probably have fixed a lot of. I would have added a lot more detail into it and fixed some of the pacing.
Anything you have added to the story, or do you think that was well wrapped up?
I ended it just the way that I wanted to, but yeah, definitely I could have added certain bits and pieces that would enforce the themes.
Is there a particular comic artist that you look up to when making your own works?
I think there's just too many to name from, but I guess at the top of my head, I would say the manga artist Kamumi Shirahama. That's probably one of my favorite comic artists at the moment.
Are you personally very familiar with his work?
Yeah, I've been following her work for quite a long time now. She's worked on multiple different projects.
In layman's term, maybe you could describe your own creative process when forming new ideas and thinking up of new stories like this.
Usually, my process varies depending on the kind of project it would be. Sometimes I would have to focus a bit more on the world building first, see if the plot relies on it. For this comic, it's mainly just I actually started exploring the character first, then place it on the plot itself.
I guess that's all the time we have. Thanks again, Danish, for coming by for this interview. And I'd like to thank everyone for coming to this year's Jingle Mingle, hosted by DICE. And once again, everything was organized with the help of the SCCM lecturers and all their resources, as well as my fellow students and colleagues.
Welcome back to the fellow viewers to UOW Malaysia KDU Jingle Mingle 2021, brought to you by SCCM and Dice Collective. I'm your host, Imran Islahalik, and my co-host.
Hi guys, my name is Raja Iril, and we are here to bring you the game development projects of 2020 to 2021. And we have another one, Waterchild, an FYP project from Skyjuice Works. They have also recently won awards from Sea Game Awards and Syntalk International Game and Gamification. Congratulations, guys!
Congrats!
Thank you.
Now, would the team do the honor of introducing themselves?
Hi guys, I'm Kenzie. I'm one of the programmers in Waterchild. I was mainly in charge of sound and some other parts of the game.
Hi everyone, I'm Chanza, and I'm the lead programmer for Waterchild.
Hi, I'm Jiaqi. I'm the art director for Waterchild.
Hi guys, I'm Rachel, the lead designer for Waterchild.
Thank you so much to the team to introducing themselves. I'm for sure in the viewers, they're thinking about they're unfamiliar with the game of Waterchild itself. So let's talk about what is Waterchild and what inspired you to make the game.
Okay, what is Waterchild? Waterchild is an atmospheric adventure game that is emotionally driven and it centralizes on the UX of sacrifice. It's a story of you as the player are a water spirit that's in a lifeless city and your mission is to bring life back to the land. The inspiration was from Journey with their design philosophy as well as Mononoke with their themes. That about sums it up.
So Waterchild was your final year project, right? Can you tell us what was the process of your project? What was making your team like?
So it started mainly with the lead, so me, Rachel, and Jachi. We worked together in like a previous project, and we knew that we wanted to get back together for our final year project. So we grouped up first, and we kind of like talked about it, like what do we want to make and all that. So we actually had like 1 to 2 years time to deliberate on what we wanted to make, and we still couldn't like really figure out what we wanted to make by the end of it. So we talked to some lecturers, and we had like advice from an ex-lecturer that told us that we shouldn't be focusing on the idea so much as we should be focusing on what the members want to do and what they want to showcase. Because ultimately, our final project is for us to present to the world and the industry to help us to get jobs, right? So by that, using that approach, what we did was the three of us sort of formed the team first, and then we were like, okay, so here's what we want to do mainly for the tech and the art, which is for tech we wanted to learn Unreal Engine, and we wanted to learn like how the industry people use it, and then for art, it's we it was very vague, but we just wanted like 3D stylized art. So from there we kind of like went and approached our classmates and then asked them what they wanted to do, and then see if they fit well with our what we're going for. So we actually like formed the people first, and then we came up with the idea, like, okay, we're gonna do something. I think like one of the first things was we wanted to do something with water, but we didn't really know what yet. So initially we actually had a early idea before Waterchild, which was you were going to play as a rain droplet, falling down from the sky, going through the city, reaching a high point, and then evaporating back into the sky. Because we thought like, oh, that sounds like a cool idea. And I was like, oh, that's not a cool idea. I like the idea of falling from the sky and looking down the city. But then we spent about like 2 weeks on that, I believe, right, Rachel, Jeshi? We spent like a few weeks on that, getting ready to pitch. And then near the pitch day where we had to pitch to our lecturers, we kind of realized like there was a lot of things that actually personally I didn't like. I kind of realized that afterwards, and after talking to some of the members, they kind of like, not to say they agreed, but they kind of like, oh, you know, we don't really mind, and also, yeah, I guess that's a problem, and then maybe it would be better if it was more towards the fantastical direction. So I think like the weekend before the pitch itself, we threw away everything and then came up with a new one, and then we made the pitch, and then we presented that, and that's what came to be as Waterchild. So do you guys want to talk about the MCO experience, Rachel? Otherwise, I'm the only one talking.
Jachi can go ahead first.
So MCO, right? So the first thing that comes to mind is contact with people. Contact with people. So in FYP, right, I think the three leads and most of our members will agree, like we were looking forward to working together physically, and we wanted like like those college days, kind of you work together as a team and then you talk together, having fun, going to mama. Yeah,
The
we have
stock
none of
photos
that.
kind
We
of
have
thing.
none of
Right?
that during MCO.
Yeah.
So
That was
we because of the online issues, it omitted right now you can see my on video, but when we discuss there's no video, there's just voice. So you can't see like on my facial expression, you only can guess the tone of my voice. Sometimes even text messages doesn't show the tone or like what we exactly mean about when we show. And because of the difficulty of truly expressing how we wanted to express, it became very difficult to understand what we wanted for each other, what we wanted for the game also. So there's a lot of miscommunication going on. So I think that's one of the main issues when it comes to the MCO experience.
So
Yeah.
add on top of that, it's like because we're doing Unreal Engine and it's something that isn't taught in KDU, we kind of have to do it ourselves. So me and Kenzie and the other programmer, like we really struggled at first because we actually like approached Unreal like instead of using the typical tutorials you find online, which is a lot of it is blueprints. We straight away went for C++, and that came up with a lot of issues also. And then we, you know, eventually we kind of learned that like okay lah, we actually should be using blueprints first, and then but yeah, just learning the new Unreal Engine in general was quite tough. But I believe like it was quite good for the artists because they were like quite looking forward to using Unreal for a game project finally, right? Joshi?
Actually, the artists, right? We were looking forward to working in Unreal, but then at the same time, because Unreal in class we taught only like the tip of the iceberg only. So actually, we had to go and find out online resources like how to learn material shaders, VFX. Shout out to Trading, Substance Designer, which is an outside program, and the lighting of the game so that we can make Water Child as more immersive experience as possible lah. Oh, there's also the optimization, guys. Did you remember the time, that 1 month we spent trying to optimize this laggy game?
I think you meant
1
trying.
FPS.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
1
basically,
FPS.
yeah, we had one test where a player literally was playing like like a slideshow lah. Like I
Yeah.
didn't think it was. I thought it was exaggeration, but then they showed us the recording. It was actually quite. Yeah, I didn't even know how they got the recording to work, but yeah, but yeah, but that side of things was more so that the artists really went ham because like they wanted the game to look really pretty, and then they threw everything at it, and then because we have decently powerful computers, we were like, this looks okay, and then we didn't notice the frames dropping from 60 to 40 to 20, and then we just kind of went with it because to us, because we're working on it every day, right, it looks normal to our eyes, and we're like, okay, that's it's normal lah. Then we realized when we actually played test, it's like, oh wait, something is wrong. Why does it look so choppy? What's going on? Don't we have So
Yeah.
yeah, that was another one of the things that came about. But I think we're like going a bit off topic. I guess we should like some wrap like that. That kind of wraps up our thoughts on like what the FIP was like. Mm-mm.
That's really good insights for future FYP projects, and like they're going to make a team and what they have to think, the thought process of the games also, and also the endeavors that you had to go through to make the game. But in the end, you guys actually were featured in a G Round and an IGNC article. So how did that happen actually?
So for those that don't know, Ground is it's a game testing platform that came about recently. The idea is that they use the platform and then like budding game developers with like new game ideas, they put their game that before it's finished onto the platform and then it gets spread worldwide for people to test, and then you get feedback that way. And it's in a way it's supposed to accelerate the process, and essentially a play testing platform. It's quite a novel idea. So what happened was during last year's Jingle Mingle, we were showcasing our game for Jingle Mingle, and one of the G-Round scouts or like evangelists, some of them, he was there, and he saw like our semester's games, and he actually approached another game first, one of our fellow semesters on Radeon Heist. But unfortunately, that deal fell through. I'm not sure what happened, but then the guy went and approached me on Facebook, and then I was like, huh, who's this? Because I didn't actually see him during Jingle Mingle, but he was telling me about Jira and all that, and I was like, oh, okay, this is interesting. And then he said that he actually contacted our lecturers already, our head of school already, and then he kind of like, it's okay. He told us like, it's okay. You guys don't have to worry about anything. We're gonna set up the meeting, and then you guys just come and see if you're interested. And I'm like, oh, okay lah. Then I think like a few days later, we had a meeting with our head of school, our head of program, with the Giron people, and then they briefed us about what it was. And then after that, we kind of like, oh, okay, this is kind of cool. I mean, why not? If we can put it here, it would be kind of nice, right? It's like because they were actually looking for student games, and before this, they didn't have any student games, and we were one of the first ones they were approaching to consider upon the platform. And then after that, like we submitted to their what do you call it, like their checks and their verification and all that, and we made it through. And I believe we're the first student game to be on that platform. As I'm not sure if we're still the only student game on that platform, but at the time we were like the one and only. It's although I don't think it's like that big a deal, but we can put on our resumes and we can say, yo, we were the first and only student game on G round, and it's kind of cool. Yeah, that's for the G round. As for this IGN thing, right? That one actually we have to thank one of our seniors, Sophie.
Sophie.
Yeah. So she actually like she has a friend working at IGN, and she reached out to him and said, "Yo, you want to take a look at these games?" And then I think the guy took a look and he said, "Oh, this is interesting." And then he wrote an article about it. And then we also got onto the because like we were nominated for as a finalist for C Game Awards, we were on their list of like top 20 games to win an award this year or something like that. And then hey, well, look at that, it worked, we won. Right. Yeah.
Best
And
student
then
game.
yeah, they didn't they terbalik jinxed us or something. And then also this is something that I think like most people don't know, and we even almost forgot about it, but we were actually featured on Gamescom Southeast Asia. So during the same time Gamescom was there was another Gamescom Southeast Asia, and like Malaysia we had like MDAC, these kind of companies, only a few companies, and then we were actually featured there alongside another student project, Hadal. I know it's called Hadal, but I just like pronouncing it Hadal. It sounds more intimidating. But yeah, that's like that was another thing also we applied for and then we got on. So that was pretty cool. But I think that's about it for these kind of things. Yeah.
So we're gonna move to more of like design-based questions now. So for the designers, what was the player experience like? What do you want the player to feel out of playing your game?
For the design side, it was me and Calvert is another member designer. We wanted the players to feel like a range of emotions that would allow them to resonate with the UX that we were going for, which was sacrifice. So we tried to, how we wanted to achieve it was through music, the color palette. So when you go into a certain area, there's a certain color palette for it. And also the subtle things that would add to the experience, like how the sand shifts, how the wind particles would go around. And also through the environment, we wanted to tell the story and the lore of the work. So there was very epic cutscenes, very, very nice cutscenes. Yeah, that about sums it up for their experience.
That's a quite good summary on your environmental storytelling and the puzzles that may be used and all. But going by that, how was the level design created, and how would you gauge a puzzle or location that a player can reliably find it?
There were a number of concepts, but the one that we went with was to section off areas, and certain areas would have a different feel. But in order to ground the player and centralize the player to the goal, we have a very big temple up, very, very, very visible with a bit of like particles coming out. And that one, it serves as the weenie lah, like the central point on where they need to go. And while they're finding their way, we also have like particles like wind, which will help guide them. So as they go, they see like there's a wind, like, go there, go there. So they kind of like naturally like, oh, okay, supposed to kind of go there. So those are some of the gameplay elements that we used, and we also have like mechanics that have that like okay, the player has this ability that revives plants,
Plants.
as well as bring back like
Machinery.
and also squeeze through cracks. Sorry, and when they do this, they hold on. Sorry. Yeah, I think it went down. Sorry. And also some of the plants they had butterflies, and the butterflies would actually is to attract them. It attracts them to it, and there's a plant there where they can use the ability to revive it, and the butterfly would then guide them to like murals, which would tell them kind of like little bits and pieces on where to go, as well as the lore, what to do.
The part where Rachel was saying like it revives machinery. So the idea was that the world actually uses like water as its power source rather than how we use like fossil fuels, solar, all this stuff, right? Combination. But the world relies solely on water. That's why like all their machinery is designed about using water as a power source. So being like water child, right? You just have to fill in the water and then it actually like starts activating the machines there. And then not to mention like sure there was a lot of like landmarks and stuff that showed the way, right? But we also like this was like the work of the designers and the artists that worked together for this. But the layout of the level was made in such a way that when you enter a place, you would sort of naturally look towards where we want you to go. And the path itself actually like we try to make it feel like non-linear, but it was very much a very linear like level. Yeah, but we've made it feel like there's a lot of open space and you could go further. There's more to what you're going through, but you can't actually go there. But the player doesn't actually go there because we made it that way.
To add on to that, it's like also we try to make it feel more natural lah. Even though it's very linear, we didn't want to go make it like okay, you go here. We try ways to get it to feel more natural to the player when they play, so it will increase the immersion.
It's designed to make it feel like a city lah, like an actual city you're going through. Just so happened that the path was the only path that you could go is the path that you happen to be curious about. Something like that lah. Like that was our attempt lah. Hopefully the players did feel that, but who knows.
You guys mentioned that you guys were using Unreal Engine, correct? How was the workflow compared to like other engines, like let's say Unity?
Oh, okay. So I think like the biggest difference is that at least starting off, the biggest difference is that Unreal has its own game architecture, which is to say like there is a game instance which is the program itself, and then under that you have your game mode which controls stuff like the score and all that, right? So all of these are actually baked into Unreal. And then you have like the system of the possession, which is like you have a pawn and you're a pawn. Wait, no, there's a pawn and you are a possessor, and then you possess that pawn and you can control it. So okay, this is a lot of jargon, but essentially it boils down to Unreal has its own system that you kind of have to adapt to. Whereas Unity, it's sort of like it gives you a blank piece of paper and you can draw whatever you want on it. So there's advantages to both and there's disadvantages to both as well. The advantage for like Unreal is that you have a really good like base starting point, and you don't have to build a lot of systems from the ground up. Whereas Unity, you have to like put stuff together before you get to the point that Unreal gets at the start. The problem comes when you want to deviate from Unreal's set path. Then it becomes a problem because there's stuff you have to work around. Whereas with Unity, you can just do it. You don't have to worry about Unity structure because they don't really have a base structure, whereas Unreal does. So for ours, I personally complained a lot about it to everyone at the start, but eventually I kind of realized that actually this is good because our game just so happens to fit into what Unreal provides, and we were able to get started pretty quickly. Even though like at first it was quite slow because like I said earlier, right, we tried to use C++ for to work towards like getting into the industry, and for my other programmers like Kenzie, it was quite a challenge because surprisingly, Unreal, when you have to compile, which is when you actually like compile all of the code and then the engine does the compiling where it builds out a build for you to launch on your desktop. If your computer isn't like up to par, and you have to have a pretty good computer to be up to par, it takes hours to build. If I remember correctly, Kenzie, correct me if I'm wrong, you took like 4 hours initially just to compile like the first time. And then we
roughly around there.
yeah, and then after that we actually had to we were like just so happened lah, like the other programmers were thinking of upgrading their computers. So we actually like upgraded their computers. Mine was okay, but they had to upgrade theirs to actually get it to the point where we were able to iterate on the game in a reasonable amount of time, right? And then even now when I'm working, I have some of my colleagues that have like weaker computers. Their compile times take like 2 hours. So every time they have to recompile, and given that the project I'm working on, Gigabash, is like a lot bigger, imagine like our base empty project, 4 hours for Kenzie to compile. For them, it's like 2 hours even on a pretty decent computer, right? It's like it balloons like very heavily. Unity is very easy, you just type some code, right? Auto saves for you. You go back to the engine, and then it just compiles for you. There's like a 2-second pause, and then boom, it's done. But Unreal, for some reason, it takes very long. Yeah, but eventually we kind of like got used to it, and then like as actually like we have a lot of mechanics, right? Like we have the fountain and these bathhouse. That one we actually made in like 1 to 2 weeks, because by that time, right, we knew how blueprints work, and we just went with it.
That's very good insight in the workflow itself, and especially for students who want to use Unreal Engine in the future, so they would know they have this time to compile, then like they need to know how many hours to do it if they have a big project. So we're moving on to the art and audio questions. So I'll be starting with the art questions. Noticing how the structures the game have their own unique designs, what inspired the art direction, and how did it turn out the way it is?
Jess, you're muted. Jashi?
We wanted to make like initially our inspiration is Egyptian Mesopotamian architecture. But then it kind of fell flat because it kind of looks uninteresting, and we were like kind of like lost in a sense with our direction we are going. And then one day, our two environment artists, Andrew and Wenqi, they came here and then be like, "Yo, so we found these Indian structures. So we were thinking about like putting this in the game. What do you think?" And then by that time, right, we were already like 3 months into the project. But then it's like, you know what? It's like their FYP also. So I told them something like, we give you like 2 weeks. Actually, the lecturer also said, we're like, you sure you want to do this in 2 weeks?
Yeah, because we
And
kind
then
of
yeah,
we made the
'cause-
whole map.
yeah, we made the whole map already, and then we were like on a direction. It was not it was not satisfying, but we were on a direction already. You sure you want to scrap all of that? And then they were like, yeah, 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks. Okay.
I think
And then
the lecturer was like, if you can do it by next week, then I'll let you do it. If by next week you're not done, then you go back to this one. And then them being the gods they are, they did it.
they did it. Yeah. So yeah, it was probably a very torturous time for design and them to rework the map and give feedback, all that, right, Rachel? Rachel, look at your face.
Yeah, it was challenging, but it paid off lah. I feel at the end. Yeah.
Mm-mm. So I realized I didn't mention about the art style. So I'm just gonna add in that we initially wanted to go for shell shaded and more painterly art style, but through experimentation for the first month, again it fell through because there were a lot of things that didn't work with our game and what the style that we were thinking of going for. So through trial and error, we came to this hand painted but stylized sort of art style lah. Yeah, I think that's it.
I see. Kenzie, you mentioned that you are a programmer in charge of sound, right? It's rare
Yep.
to see student projects with dedicated sound programmers. Can you tell us about why there was so much focus on sound for this project, like the music style and what instruments were used?
Yeah, so in Waterchild, actually from the start, we kind of knew what kind of direction we wanted in terms of gameplay and the entire design and how things play together. So we actually noticed that in video games, since ours is very environmental centric, it must be sight and it must be sound type. So vision and aural, we wanted to go for that. So in Waterchild, we wanted a dynamic kind of soundtrack system designed by our lead designers and also Calvert also. So in terms of tech, we actually had to implement Fmod, which dynamically it improves the entire system like about 3 times, I think, as I remember, because at the start we actually didn't have it. So around, I think it was already 4th or 5th month into it, we had 6 months to produce it. So we had to quickly implement everything. So for the sound, actually, it's a lot of people liked it, but we actually had other plans because based on one of our mentor, our lecturers, he recommended. He says that if it's a environmental game, you obviously you want music, but he also says you got to give it more style and flair. Which he actually says that why don't go back to your roots, which is more oriental and stuff, more Asian. So we actually wanted to put in like ocarinas, Zune kind of instruments. There were even like water drums that we were thinking about, but because of MCO, we couldn't do it. So that's kind of sad. Yeah, but that's it.
We did I think we did experiment with a bit, like we told our composer, so we actually asked one of our friends who was he did composing for hobby to try out some different instruments, and then we tried it, and I think either we didn't have time to do it right, so we just kind of went with the easier route, which was just to use traditional classical instruments, but it ended up it didn't we didn't go with that lah. Yeah, but we do have I think this is one of our nicest parts, which is Kenzie doing the dynamic sound system. So Kenzie, do you want to tell us how that works?
Yeah, I suppose, yeah. So actually the designers, what they wanted it is when we reach a certain checkpoint, at first in the environment, you will only hear 1 or 2 instruments playing. But once the player completes all of the puzzles, I think it was for example, is there spoilers? Or I don't know. Okay. Never mind, I just review some spoilers. But if there are people who wants to play it, but it's quite old. So basically there's the fountain there, and then you gotta activate 3 generators. But as you activate the generators, you will actually hear instruments playing in. You will add on into it layer and layer. So Fmod actually kind of really improves that, because if you're doing it in Unreal Engine default one, it's quite messy. Especially since I think it was the problem was actually the delay and stuff. It doesn't really align well in Unreal Engine. So Fmod actually technically also improves the latency. Yeah.
Yeah, it also
So
improves
that's how it works.
Oh yeah, so it also improves our
Not really.
file sizes and all that. So after going through Fmod, I believe the sound files actually get smaller. So it's overall our project it
Yeah.
gets smaller. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And
the
sound
compression is a bit slightly better.
yeah, and the sound is actually it does take up quite a bit of space. People don't realize, but it does take up quite a bit of space, especially if you go for higher was it higher quality 320 kbps kind of audio, or even higher than that. But yeah, so I think that's the sound. It's one of the systems that I think our team is quite proud of, and does make our game quite a bit unique from other student projects.
That's quite a bit of thought process you have put through into making the sound itself to make very unique in your game itself, and also understand the use of sound. So there's one bonus question we will ask. It's a serious question. Is that there's been a debate between in the game Waterchild whatever water is wet or not? Is water child wet?
Okay, so I'm guessing this is like water itself isn't wet, but the stuff that water touches is wet.
Yeah.
Yep.
I will
Very
say
much.
yes, because water child does have parts of him or her or it that are not water, and thus that those parts are in contact with the parts that are water, which is the hair. So technically speaking, it is wet.
But you can consider it like this lah, like wet cloth. When you touch it, it's wet. So if you touch water child, your hand is wet. So water
Yep.
child is wet.
I see.
Oh yeah.
Good analogy. Yeah, that's a good analogy.
That is a very good analogy, yeah. I guess that is all for our interview with the team behind Waterchild. Once again, congratulations to the team for your award-winning work. It's really a pleasure to have all of you on the show. We would also like to thank everyone for tuning in. This is UOW Malaysia's Jingle Mingle 2021, brought to you by the School of Computing and Creative Media and Dice Collective. And see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you to Skyjuice Works for being part of this year's Jingle Mingle. It's been a pleasure to be able to have you guys to talk about your experiences in creating Waterchild. If you are interested in trying out Waterchild yourself, you may do so by checking out the link in the description below. Up next, we are featuring game artist student Jamie Lau as he talks about his experiences in creating his concept art portfolio. Tune into the show happening on the UOWM Game Development channel. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have Jamie Lau, a game artist that will be talking about his experiences and the artworks that he has created. Take it away, Jamie.
Hello there! My name is Jamie. Ideally, I like to present my work live, but instead, today I will bring my portfolio presentation of mine directly to you. I am an artist specializing in game development. I've worked on several projects before, including commercial projects. I work with Photoshop and Clip Studio Paint for my concept art and illustrations, 3ds Max and ZBrush for my 3D modeling and animation. If you want to see more, my socials will be listed at the end of the presentation. Today, I'll be sharing some work that I did for a game that's still currently in development. My role in this game is to create concept art for character and world designs, as well as 3D character modeling and animation. For this presentation, I'll be focusing on my creative process in developing some of the concept art. Now, because this game is still in development, I can't share past what I've prepared in this presentation, but I can mention that the protagonist of this game firstly has the power to traverse between realms, like this one, the Owl Realm, home to an owl populace driven by academic and religious scholarship. The realm takes heavy geographical inspiration from East Asian and Chinese aesthetics in the mountainous dissected plateaus with thick greenery densely enshrouded in mist. I was tasked to design man-made structures for the realm, such as hot air balloon stations and elevators, but one of the more significant set pieces I designed was this grand meditative temple. This temple is built in the middle of a tall waterfall only reachable by air travel, and its function is to act as an academic institution for owl scholars to attain religious enlightenment. The temple is made of hardwood and comprises 2 levels. The upper level contains the holy altar for the religious deity, while the lower floor is made of a social meeting room, a library, and other meditative spaces. In accordance with the realm's visual aesthetic, this temple draws inspiration from architectural styles of temples from China, Thailand, and other East Asian countries. Aside from that, I also told myself that this temple could not just be a pretty building for decoration. I discussed with the other game artists and designers how the building could not feel out of place in the game world for the player, and to do that, we must understand what this temple's purpose is to the owl populace. So, I researched the architectural layouts and functions of Buddhist monasteries in Tibet, Myanmar, and Japan to understand how monks and nuns make use of these institutions today in order to develop the temple's place in the game narrative. Now, all this talk about game world building and environments, but where are the monsters in the game? This is a monster that is a mage variant on one of the main enemies of the game. It is shaped like a mushroom, and it attacks with ranged magic like fireballs. The interesting thing is, this monster only attacks when provoked. So, what do I mean by that? When the player wanders around the Owl Realm, they will see these wandering clouds in the overworld. Seems peaceful, but if the player comes too close, the mushroom cloud would shake its body out into form as it levitates. Its base form would use fire, while its enhanced form would use lightning, generating electricity by rubbing its scarf arms together and blasting it towards its target. Essentially, this monster's attack pattern is to be harmless when unprovoked, but when threatened, it will unfurl itself into a domineering cloud of elemental carnage. Adding on the fact that this monster can attack from far away, you can see that this monster was definitely conceptualized on the basis of surprise. The monster went through many varied concepts at first, with only ranged attacks as a keyword. But eventually, I settled on a recognizable mage silhouette with a mushroom shape. This was perfect, as I could get a natural shape of a wizard's hat, furthering the monster's association with magic attacks. The magic attacks were also based in elemental magic, of course, so I used this keyword to develop the monster's visual aesthetic by studying the rough, slimy, or fluffy cotton-like textures of unusual looking fungi, as well as organic elements like smoke, clouds, and fire to incorporate into the monster's design. The final mushroom cloud design references a cumulonimbus, and because of that, the enhanced forms attacks were changed from fire to lightning. So, with such scary monsters, you need friends in this game to lend you their powers to keep them at bay. Friends like this very huggable big fella here. This bear chief is from the Bear Realm, a realm where icy weather prevails, where the bears live in igloos and lead a simple way of life, hunting, gathering, providing, and being a friend to all. When developing this realm, I of course looked to the Inuit and Sami people for inspiration. Their way of life, their bountiful culture, all acclimated to the extreme cold. The bears' garments are actually directly inspired by Inuit clothing. The fur-lined parkas and the symmetrical patterns all indicate the bear community's roles and status, much like the Inuit. For example, the bear chief is wearing blue, right? Up close, you can see patterns on his clothes that look like waves and fish, so take a lucky guess on what he is. A fisherman, of course! Moving on, how do I set the stage for these bears? Naturally, the geographical keywords were ice, snow, and mountains. When developing the geography, I was curious myself on how the bears interact in this kind of environment, so I started with thumbnail sketches of interesting mountain formations while emphasizing the contrast between black and white. These would be different organic materials like rock, ice, and snow. Because in a video game where you can see hidden details on objects with a simple rotating camera, it'd be cool to experiment with different material objects all in the same area, right? Combining the fact that polar bears can hibernate in caves, as well as continued research on Inuit and Sami villages, ice caves in Iceland and the Antarctic, that's how the image of an igloo civilization inside a large cave with an entrance that looks like a bear's mouth took hold as the core visual identity of the bear community in this realm. Ultimately, this image of the bear realm tells a story of contrasting cold isolation with communal warmth in the user experience. When you explore this realm inside the game, you may feel lost among the boundless snowy mountains and ice sheets outstretched across the horizon, but you also know that these cute, friendly, and huggable bears not only survive amidst these cold extremities, but also keep themselves safe and welcome you into their safe cavern full of warm communal activity. You'll feel warm and safe with company, even in the freezing cold. These are just some examples of the creative processes behind my concept art, which uses a lot of real-life inspirations to create interesting fictional narratives in order to convey a seamless cohesion between gameplay, user experience, and aesthetics. Even though I am individually credited for all the concept art in this presentation, I also want to highlight the collaborative process in concept art. Because developing concept art is a very fruitful process that involves taking a very small, underdeveloped but promising idea, sharing it with someone, gathering input, and then turning it into a really fully fleshed, super interesting, fully formed, fully developed idea with a really attractive image to it. And with that being said, I conclude today's presentation. If you have any questions about me, or if you like my concept art, please feel free to visit my socials or drop me an email at jlicious.art@gmail.com, and I'd be happy to connect. Thank you for watching!
And that was the portfolio presentation by our game artist, Jamie Lau. Thank you for showcasing your works today. Coming up next, we've got The Unknown, a sci-fi thriller short film. Tune in on the film and interview at the UOW Creative channel. Link available in the description below. See you there!
as common as it used to be. In working days and sleeping nights, that black is black and white is white, that Superman and Robin Hood are still alive in Hollywood, that gasoline's in short supply.
有关当局在今早发现天空突然出现一种粒子，初步判断此粒子可能含有危险物质，所以请注意。
截至今日傍晚6时，有关单位已接获200人的通报，表示他们都在同一时间内被一种奇怪的耳鸣声干扰，导致神志不清。其中几人在被送往医院的途中，竟开始出现宫崎人的现象。而在短短的2小时内，有关单位又在接获将近2000人通报，拥有相同情况。根据政府初步判断，怀疑是因为经常的空气当中出现变种粒子所造成的。截至今日傍晚6时，有关单位已接获200人的通报。截至今日傍晚6时，有关单位已接获200人的通报，表示他们都在。截至今日傍晚6时，有关单位已接获。
什么新闻都奇形怪状。Takkan. Tiêu. No internet connection. Chụp hoài ha bố thầm mắc khỏi đi ai xỉn bún con hami chấm tag không dây con hami là hami phạt lắm hami kia nó xịt chín cáiว่าใจลู่วังก่อเขาลู่วังกากีฬาว่าจึงไหวเหี้ยวเลยล่ะฮัลโหลฮัลโหลฮัลโหล
我是你的邻居啊！你看外面雨下很大，可以让我进来吗？可以吗？拜托，让我进来。走开！给我进去可以吗？ 让我进去可以吗？
不认识你，走开！
拜托，拜托，开了。
莫名其妙，什么人都有。来。
谢谢你让我进来了。不行，是他们要叫我这样做了，是他们要叫我这样做了，是他们要叫我这样做了。
Welcome to UOW Malaysia, KDU's Jingle Mingle of 2021, brought to you by the School of Computing and Creative Media, and of course, the DICE Collective. My name is Rick. I'm joined here with Reina, interviewing Lau Zhenhong and Tan Karyin. Zhenhong and Kayin both are students of the Bachelor of Arts in Digital Media Production. They both worked under the name of Z Studios, and they've recently put out a short film called The Unknown a year ago, and it's been rated one of the best films among the UBDP students. Maybe the two of you could go ahead and introduce yourselves.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Lau Zhenhong. I'm from Digital Media Production. Digital Media Production. Now is year 2 century student right now.
Hi, I'm Kayin from Z Studio. I'm currently a year 2 century student from UOW KDU Digital Media Production.
So just to start off, maybe you could tell everybody what your short film The Unknown is about in your own words.
The Unknown is a sci-fi thriller that use the fear of the unknown. The main character is lazy, messy, and he does not really care about the news. And strange things start to happen to him one by one due to the alien. And that is when he start to panic. The story is a metaphor that to show how Oliver's most young people are these days. They only start to panic when things happen like the COVID-19.
So what roles do you play in this film?
I am the director and scriptwriter for The Unknown, and Jung Hong is the producer and also the scriptwriter for The Unknown. We wrote the story together.
Was there a movie or show that you took inspiration from when writing this particular short film?
Yes, we were inspired by the sci-fi psychological thriller film, 10 Cloverfield Land, directed by the Dan Trachtenberg. It was a movie with a lot of plot twists, where the audience can only find out what is really happening at the end of the movie.
How did your team come up with the story?
For this short film, The Unknown, while we were writing it, I was inspired by the creatures we see in Cthulhu mythology. They are like alien monsters that are very huge, but also at the same time very mysterious. And that is what makes people afraid of them because they can't figure out what it is. And for this short film, we wanted to use that the fear of the unknown because people fear what we cannot understand and what we cannot predict. So in this sci-fi thriller short film, the characters and the audience actually did not see a second of the alien. It was just the weird incidents, the strange sounds they hear, but it keeps engaging the audience, making them curious and afraid, which is what we were trying to do instead of using the typical jump scares. Yeah.
About how long did it take roughly for the whole film to produce the whole film from script to screen?
It actually took us a whole semester, which was around 2 to 3 months. Our lecturer, Miss Asma and Miss G, guided us during that period, helping us and teaching us all the procedures from pre-pro, pro, and post-pro. It was a fun experience.
What did you guys learn from the digital media production classes?
Mm. For digital media production, for me, I learned a lot of editing, visual effects, and then how we produce stuff that should be digital. Yeah, I really enjoy the VFX part, and like this sem, I learned motion design, which is also I was really interested in, and also 3D as well. And yeah, I think it helps me a lot because this is what I want to do in the future.
Any thoughts on the final outcome for the movie, and or maybe something that you'd rather have changed or done better?
We were actually quite happy with the final outcomes, even though it wasn't really perfect, and what we had in mind originally. But I think we did our best, and it was our first time trying to do something sci-fi, and there were a few action scenes inside where we have to choreograph the moves and all, and it was really had fun doing the whole thing. We learned a lot.
Are there any like challenges that you guys face when filming during the pandemic? Like how do you guys overcome them?
Yes, because like me and Jung Hong, we have to communicate and discuss everything online because we couldn't meet each other and prepare everything together. I also had to borrow the camera and some of the equipment from my friends because I left my camera at the hostel. So yeah, during the process we have to figure out a lot of things ourselves, and we also have our lecturers, Miss Asma, also help us a lot on how to fix things in post production so that it doesn't look too bad. Yeah, so
With all that trouble after making your first independent short film, uh, do you think you'd continue working on your own projects, or would you rather work on other people's projects in the industry?
for me, I would prefer to work on my own because I love creating stuff and have my own freedom in creating things I like and expressing things I like. And at the moment, I actually prefer to challenge some other genres and styles that I did not do before. But I do not mind making something similar like The Unknown in the future, just that I would prefer to do it when I'm more skilled in VFX, 3D effects, and color grading, so that it makes it more pleasing to the eye compared what we did now.
Yeah, in the filming industry, like, who do you look up to, like, admire celebrities?
For me, in the film industry, I look up to the director Christopher Nolan.
Why is it?
Because of the way he approaches and the way he directed the movies. I really like his movies, like Planet, Interstellar, and all. I feel like he has his own approach and his own styles while directing these movies. And for me, he is one of the greatest directors. So, yeah.
What about Zheng Hong?
For me, not too much focus on it, but I love the director Bong Joon-ho. He made the film like The Parasite. I think he is the greatest director. I hope can join them if have the opportunity.
With this project done and over with, do you have anything, another project or another works undergoing as of the moment?
Not really for now, because for this semester we aren't taking any subject like this that we came up with a short film and stuff. But we are really looking forward to our GPP, where we can create another story of our own and another project of our own.
Lighting, camera angles, and sounds play an important role in filmmaking, right? So how did you guys like use all that to fit into the movie?
To be honest, the resources we have is very limited that time, especially during MCO. So we actually manipulate all that, the lighting, camera angles, and sound, not only to fit the film, but also to fit the situation that we were in. We could have done a lot better if we have more time, budget, and resources like the lighting and all. I remember that we don't have a lot of lighting that time, and one of the lights we use is a bit buggy, and there's this scene in short film where the character is watching the TV, and the light of the TV isn't so bright, so we have to use our own lighting and use a blue lantern paper to cover the light, and then so that we can have a Blu-ray effect from the TV that reflects on the character's face.
Do you think that having to do so much with so little during such a strenuous time made you a better filmmaker?
Yeah, definitely, because I think we learned a lot during that time, because we have to get everything done ourselves with so limited resources. But we're really grateful for our two lecturers, Miss Asma and Miss Chi, because they gave us a lot of opinions and suggestions on what we should do here and there, so we can fix the stuff inside. Like, there are a few footage that we shot that has a lot of noise in it, and our lecturers help us in getting that fixed. So I'm really grateful for it.
If you for your next project, is there any semblance of an idea that you've been experimenting with, a certain genre in particular?
For me myself, I would like to challenge some other genre that is totally different from what I have done before. Like, because I really love thrillers, so my past projects are all thriller style. But in the future, I think I can challenge some that are more towards like romance, comedy, or like musical and stuff. I think that would be really fun on how I control the camera angles and the color grading. I would like to challenge different stuff so I can learn more during my whole study life. Yeah.
You previously mentioned that your lecturers have taught you a lot in production of the film. Are there like any subjects that you've learned that you think help in creating the film?
Our lecturers definitely play a very important part in helping us complete this short film. It's especially the pre-production and post-production stage. I used to think that the pre-production part is very boring until they taught us the importance of it. Because of this stage, we get to plan so much ahead of time using such short amount of time, which help us a lot while we were shooting. Our lecturers also gave us a lot of suggestion during the post production part, especially on the VFX. We have learned a lot since it was our first time trying to include VFX in our film as well.
Was there ever when it came to taking up filmmaking, was there a choice of if you had to switch lecturers for the ideas that you had, do you think you would have, or would you still have stuck to Ms. Asma and Ms. Chi that you've mentioned?
Yeah, definitely. I'm really grateful that I have Miss Asma and Miss Chi. I because like Miss Chi, she taught us a lot in script writing. Because before this, our script isn't really complete because our thoughts weren't really mature at that time. Because we are trying to do some stuff that is quite impossible, and then some stuff that doesn't really fit into the story. And she taught us how to manage the whole script writing process by using the Act 1, Act 2, Act 3 type of stuff. And then for Miss Asma, she gave us a lot of creative freedom. Like we can create anything we want as long as it looks okay in the end. And then she taught us a lot in pre-pro and then post-pro. But during the post-pro, it's what I am most grateful for because I think I'm very lacking in color grading and VFX. And then she is very patient in teaching us and giving a lot of ideas for us and sending us tutorials and stuff. And then gave us extra lessons also so that we can make it this final project in the end.
With all that going on in degree with the lecturers and all, what about prior to joining digital media production? Your hobbies and what you thought about filmmaking?
Before I joined digital media production, I always wanted to create something creative and stuff that I can call my own. And then before this, I always admired the freedom to create in the film industry. I think of film as a form of expression, how the directors and everyone involved in the film work together to express a thing they believe in. But before this, I actually went into digital media production thinking I would only learn editing stuff, designing stuff. So it was actually very fun for me to learn filmmaking, shooting, and stuff. And I actually discovered that I really like it, and I would like to work more in this future.
You both sell in on filmmaking, but have you was the idea of animation ever did it ever come to your mind?
Yes, definitely. But I'm still learning right now for animation, but then also I hope that I can be a more skilled animator in the future. Right now, we are taking motion graphic design for this SEM. We're still working on it, but we also have Miss Asma for this subject, and she is also very experienced in this subject, and we really hope to learn more from her.
Do you think that after graduating, the two of you would still go on to make films, or would you diverge into a different line of work if it came up?
For me, I will not so fast to try the shooting film. I hope I can be an artist first. If future I have the chance to join the studio, yeah, I don't mind for it.
Do you think that the two of you would still continue working together on projects, or you'll have to see?
Hope so. If Kain wants me.
I'm not sure. I mean, we work really well. Like Zheng Hong he is always really good in the pre-production phase, and he helps me a lot in that. And then for me, I can work freely in post pro and pro, and he also helps me whenever he can.
In that case, if you could have worked on this particular project with anyone, is there a particular person in mind?
For me, actually, I feel like the actors in our short film did pretty well. Where I would like to improve is just the post production phase. If I can work with someone, maybe we can work with Miss Aswa and see how she would edit it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also Miss Cheese to see how she would change the script and how she would do it in her point of perspective, because I feel like me and Jung Hong, we didn't do like very well in it, but I think we are quite satisfied. But we also hope to improve ourselves more if we can work with professionals like Miss Asma and Miss Chi.
With that all being said, I think it's great that the two of you have enjoyed the course so much and how much it's helped you to form your ideas when working with this project. So I think with that much being said, we'll end this here, and I'd like to thank both of you for coming in for this today.
Thank you.
Thank you to the team Z Studios behind the short film The Unknown. It has been a pleasure to have them talking about their experiences in creating a short film. If you'd like to watch the short film again, the link is provided below in the description. Up next, tune in to the compilation of the final year projects of our game development students.
Elysium is a 3D action hack-and-slash game where you play as Sartorius, a young Greek boy fighting side by side his faithful companion to cleanse the corruption over Elysium. Make your way up the mountain by battling soldiers to reach the Temple of Ares, where the final challenge awaits.
These are the final year projects of our game development students. Up next, dive into the depths of the abyss as we interview the team behind Halo.
Welcome back, viewers, to the UOW Malaysia KDU Jingle Mingle 2021, brought to you by SCCM and Dice Collective. I am Imran Sahalid, and my co-host.
Hi, I'm Wesley Cobb, and today we are gonna continue bring you more game dev projects from 2020 and 2021. So we have another game dev project for you. It's Hadal. Hadal is a FYP project from Sudo Studio, and they have recently been nominated as one of the best student games from the C Game Awards, as well as a gold award from the Sintop International Games and Gamification Awards, or SIGG awards for short. So right, huge congrats to the Sudo Studio. So yeah.
Thank you.
So right, so today we have us one of the members from Sudo Studio. So right, would you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, so I'm Jonathan Tang, and I am the project manager, UI designer, and also tech generalist inside my team, Pseudo Studios, that created the game Hadal. So, Hadal is part of a FYP project that we do in UOW KDU, and we are given the opportunities after development to pass our game to Game Awards. So, as explained just now, we were in SIGG and also C Game Awards.
Right, sorry. Before I continue, so is it pronounced as Hadal or Hadal?
Hadal, but most people pronounce it Hadal because Malaysians.
Ah, yes. Right, yeah. Sorry, I just want to clear that up. I've been mispronouncing it the whole time.
No problem.
Right,
We
yeah.
get it. We absolutely get it. Even our own team members like pronounce it Hadal. So.
Ah, yes, I see.
Yeah.
Right.
So I would continue. I would call it Hadal also because I would just be another Malaysian calling Hadal. But as the team was created for an FYP project, how was it created in the end, the team?
I guess there was a lot of upbringing from previous projects and time spent together. I mean, when during FYP, this will be last year doing games together. So before this journey, we had a lot of exposure as classmates as we integrated, we made projects together, we get to know each other as we learn through our course. So we kind of get a gist from the aim and the career trajectory of everyone else. So in FYP, we get to form our own team to simulate the studio environment and the people we get of people who has the same ambitions and the people with the same goals. But I think I must say that it boils down to what we previous projects have done together as friends, as classmates, as batchmates, and people who know each other from their merits and what they've done. But the most important thing is probably passion, where my team, I can say for sure, everyone's got together because, hey, let's make a game that we can slap on my portfolio and get us a job, but also we will be proud of, just like the big gold crowning achievement right there. Let's do something great together because we have the drive, we have the will, and we have the motivation to do it. So ended up because our batch was around 20-ish people, but we have like a lot of people wanting to do the same thing, so we just 10 people in one group.
Ah, yes. 10 people, that's huge.
Amazing.
Yeah.
10
Yeah,
people.
a little bit.
Hopefully for my group, also 10 people.
Hopefully. Also no experience.
Not-
Everyone's just like, Right, so
not really a good thing unless you know what you are doing. I can talk more
Mhm.
about it later. But yeah, we just see how this
It's
goes
just
first.
something for later. It's like
Yeah.
let's see at the end of the session. So right, yeah. So okay, so a little bit about this is that me and John are of course we did work together before, and I actually did play tested for Huddle a few times. So I remember when you first pitched Halo.
Yeah, Mike Wesley, you can be that Malaysian here.
Oh my god. So yeah, I remember when you first pitched. I remember when you
Get
first
what we're talking about.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I remember when you first pitched Halo, and it's and then like the first time I heard it, of course, I was also blown away. And this is something I want to ask you. So it must be like a very interesting choice to go for this first person co-op Monster Hunter for your final year project. So like I just want to ask, like, how is it like developing this ambitious project for your final year project?
I think from the start, I'd definitely say it will be at the pre-production phase, by the concept phase. It will be the most rockiest and the most unsure because everyone felt like, will this be too ambitious? Will we overscope? Can we really trust ourselves to finish what we want to envision out for people to play? So, and I would say at the start of when it was pitched, it was miles different from what the current Halo looks like. So, what was originally pitched was actually more features. It was like not submarines. It was actually player divers themselves. We have like gas mechanics, where basically when you shoot your ornaments, there will be also other mechanics that will deter you and also help and also hurt you at the same time. Not really hurt, but push you back or basically give some drawbacks. The AI was supposed to be much more robust. The map was supposed to be open, waters, and a lot more stuff. But definitely because we have a limited time span, we have other assignments, we have other subjects. We scoped down to a much more feasible one, and we are glad that we are able to at least show the core design of what we wanted to achieve from the start. So I guess developing this in the entire journey, it was a very big experience in the sense that this is the first time we all tackled something that we wanted to reach these kind of standards. Before this, our GPS were all small games, indie games meant for 15 minutes. I mean, meant for not even 5 minutes-ish, or like mobile games, just very simple mechanics. This is the first time we want to build something big, robust, multiple system playing in together as a big team during the pandemic. So I would say it was not really a smooth ride, but the team held together and we basically went through all our obstacles to the best we can, and we are proud of what we achieved. And what you see Halo now is what our hard work, blood, sweat, tears have gave us in the end.
That's quite a great story that you managed in the end to scale it down your game into its core design mechanics itself. So it managed to become the game itself in the current time it's shown. So moreover than that, we'll be going to the design questions. So the first design question is, how did you came up with the idea of Halo itself?
Alright, so and the current version of Halo is like a team projecting. We will talk and added features and remove features from the original pitch. The original pitch was about a group of hunters. I will shamelessly talk about it because I pitched it. I'm gonna talk about it. I'm very hyped. It's about the original idea that was pitched is that it was supposed to be as I said just now, it was actually humans, right? It's supposed to be underwater task force tasked to take out minor kaijus. You know, the kaiju universe where Godzilla and all those. I wanted to play with the idea that the big kaijus you see on cinemas are the ones that rose from sea and too late to control. But because they already know this threat exists, they actually already sent task force down there, secret task forces to take out minor kaijus before they grown too big, like Godzilla, Mothra, and Gojira, all those kind of stuff. So, going down and we talk more about it, it was kind of apparent that number one, the story might not really fit well with kaiju fans because oh no, kaiju is not on land, you know, it's not that fun anymore. We have the big problem with that. How are we gonna build an AI, make the game interesting, but the AI is on open water? Because original idea was in the seaplanes with different regions, different biomes. But how is this gonna be interesting if you're only ever looking up? Right. So I think as we consulted more to our mentors, consulted divers, did our research on underwater environments, with the consideration of scoping down as well, we wanted to make it a little bit more towards the gameplay of action, where we want the players to engage with the AI itself, since that's the star of the show. We want to show that AI is robust and adaptive, and we wanted to make a captivating underwater environment, but that doesn't necessarily to have to be in open flat plains of the ocean bed. So we moved it to the cavern. We made it to submarines because it made no sense for swimmers to swim in such a big place. It would be too slow. You can't hold large weapons, and the water pressure mostly is going to probably kill the diver if it's really deep depth underwater. So yeah, I guess this was the main pillars that pivoted Halo into the current form it is now today.
Right. So we did hear about how did Halo became Halo, but I want to ask specifically about the main star of the show, the big monster that appeared in the game that we have, that probably all of us struggled to kill once or few times in my playtest. But yeah, so right, so I just want to ask about the design of these big monsters. Like during the ideation phase, like how do you like what what's the thought process that comes to you when comes to designing this huge scary monster?
I'm glad you asked because okay, from the start of the project, we wanted to emphasize on something called the hunting mechanic. So when we think about hunting, it's either player empowerment where the player just whoosh, go and kill the monster and track it down, or the players being hunted themselves and the big monster comes and chases you. So we reference from a lot of games like Hunt Showdown, Monster Hunter, the mechanics, Hunter, and we've dissected a bit, and we wanted to play with this thing called cat and mouse dynamic, right? We wanted this to be able to be switched around by the players themselves, in a sense that we want the player to be hunted by the Leviathan, but we also want the player to hunt down the Leviathan itself. So we built the Leviathan on the basis that is number one, it should be an ambush predator because it has lived here for a long time. It has a lot of enemies. It should be smart enough to use its environments where it lives to use it against the player. It should be smart enough to adapt to what the players do, which is in game right now, where it reacts to the players' actions, the players' and surroundings, and the player group himself and how they play the game. So judging by these two biggest one, we built out the current build of Leviathan, where number one, it will try to ambush you, it will try to hide, it will run away if there's a lot of people, and it will purposely come towards you if you're alone. We wanted to have that. So after we built that, we focused on how do we make the players hunt back down the Leviathan in the sense that we used the director system from a lot of games like Left 4 Dead and Alien Isolation, where there are different phases in the Leviathan, although not too visible. We wanted the players to give them some breather time to recover, but also chase down the Leviathan itself. So the players are all actually after every single engagement, the players are given a time to breathe or push on when they can to chase down the monster. Yes.
That's quite really unique selling point for your game itself and like interesting than other games that they don't have those mechanics. And also the Leviathan himself. So it also goes to the next question that I will ask. And the art question is that how did you envision this monster? How do you make the monster look as scary as what it design said about?
It's just purely for graphics or the design itself.
The design.
The design. I think because we already did a deep ocean thing, a concept where everywhere around is dark. People fear the unknown. People fear things they don't know, and they fear open spaces. Even more worse, what is between this open space? So, if you look at the Leviathan like model in like lights around, it's not actually really that scary. It's a monster. But if you play with the environment, that number one, it can come anytime it wants to come. Number two, it's silent. Number three, it uses the fog around you to hide. We used the environment of the deep dark ocean to make the game itself. So instead of making a scary monster, well, monster kind of scary in my opinion, but it's the focus was not there to make the creature look as scary as possible, but we wanted to capitalize on people generally fear the deep dark ocean, at least a little bit. So we used that as our game design on how we used the creature itself swimming around and the players knowing that it's there but not really there. Yeah.
Right. So I'm glad that you talk a little bit about the environment because the environment is actually one of the best things about the game. Yeah. So I just want to ask a little bit more about what you said. So when it comes to the environment, how do you design like what goes on further when it comes to designing like what you said, a scary unknown environment. Like, yeah, what other thoughts goes into it?
I think like when we were coming up together with the concept arts, our concept artists, like we made a research together with the team. We wanted, half of us wanted to make it very captivating underwater ocean with bioluminescence, plants and animals you haven't seen before, but also make it scary at the same time. How do we do this? We decided that we make the things as beautiful as possible, but also as alien as possible. When we look at like beautiful jellyfishes, like as glowing bars from behind the aquarium glass, it looks nice, it looks beautiful. But if you're in open ocean surrounded by it, suddenly the beauty is drowned out by the terror that you are near them and you can't escape them. So even though the environment, if you look at it as well, like the creature, it's not that scary. But looking from afar, looking at being in a place you do not know, I think it builds upon that it is simultaneously nice, beautiful, nice to look at, but also dangerous at the same time. Because while you're so captivated by the beauty of the environment, where can the creature be? So using this, we wanted to enhance the experience of the ocean. It's something very scary and something very beautiful at the same time. So with our usage of our environment, I guess we also used it for uh wayfinding. So the players, like when they see it, they also think of it, and then it's a landmark system they have. So when they travel around the landscape, we make sure it's unique enough so that they know where they are at all times. So it's like kind of a biome thing. So I guess the environment plays in our game design it itself. We did not have to build specific mechanics for it, but how nature itself already presents itself and why we as humans are afraid of nature when we are out of our comfort zone.
That's really impressive environmental design that your team had gone through, and also the art team creating the art style it needed for those environmental uh, designs. So with that environmental designs had it in mind, it also comes the question. Next question that I'll ask is the tech questions. What engine and language you use in the game, and why did you use those engines and language?
This comes with a lot of considerations. In the end, we chose Unity, but one of our public play tests, our game was commented like, "You guys use Unreal Engine? It looks really nice." I was like, "Oh, we take that as a very huge compliment because it was done in Unity engine." I'm not saying that Unity looks at worse than Unreal, but to be able to mimic the quality of lighting and post-processing effects, it's a very huge uh, compliment to us. As the main reason why we use Unity, it's because we're working from home. We are not able to use the school facilities. We have to use our own facilities, our own laptops and computers that are not on par with industry equipment. And because of that, we've taken into consideration that most of our teammates will not be able to use Unreal Engine itself, which is a much more demanding engine. And secondly was that we didn't really need the lighting that the Unreal Engine gave itself, though it is much better looking, but it's also much more demanding as well. Well, same thing as what we said just now. So in a game that's technically in the dark most of the time, do we really need lighting? Not really. So coming with Unity, we chose to take C Sharp because I guess most of the team is much more used to using C Sharp. Yeah.
Right. So now when it comes to tech about Halo, there is of course one question that probably everyone is looking forward to. It is the AI of the monster itself. So I'd like to ask, like, how do you guys code out the AI for the monster?
So this has been a really rocky journey to make out the AI because it went through 3 different phases of 3 overhauls on how it worked. The first time it was a hierarchical state machine. Then it went on to be a behavioral tree. Then it went on to be it went to be a decision tree. Then became a behavioral tree, which went back to a state machine. So technically, 3 overhauls that got it to where it is today. At the concept stage, we was using a hierarchical state machine, and we decided that we can just use a decision tree. We moved on the decision tree, coded it a bit, and realized wouldn't a behavior tree be much more efficient and much more robust? Move on to the behavior tree, and our first major lesson in as a programmer life kicks in, saying you should have a very vivid imagination on coding out a behavioral tree. For those who do not know how behavioral tree works, it doesn't work like a normal flow, like this nodes go down to this node. It works by passing on argument to the next node and next node, and coding it out instead of having a visualization method like Unreal Engine has. It took a lot of time to visualize it and debug it, because it's all through code. It's lines of code that creates nodes that can pass on the next one, and when you read it, you must know what it does. One line of code instead of how behavior tree is like visualized. So we spent like 2-3 months, like half of the tech team on it, when our god and savior, our senior programmer that came in and says, I think you guys are over engineering it. You guys should just switch back to a state machine. We did right that. The AI was done in 2 weeks. So it was a little bit disappointed that we weren't able to tackle it, but then again, we're also proud that we tackled a behavior tree very naively through code and code only, and it serves as an experience for us as students that realize that holy shit, there's so many systems out there that can be used to implement this, and it might be less efficient to not have a visualization method itself. And sometimes our imaginations have its limits, our train of thoughts and stuff like that. So all in all, right now the AI still works mostly as it was pitched as intended, but uses a state machine now, and the AI director concept that I mentioned. Yeah.
That's really complex what you had gone through, but happily you guys have managed to get the thing running, and it will be a good it will be a good advice for future game dev programmers and what they want to do on their programming for the FYP. So we have come to our end to our Q&A questions. Now we would like to ask one final question to you, John, that will be advice to your game dev juniors on their challenge and what they should do when they're doing a FYP.
Right. So this is a little bit like experience from my previous projects, external side projects, and also my FYP itself, is that everyone has different goals in life and includes their career trajectories. The biggest problem of working together as a team in FYP is that we usually are friends. You are not colleagues, you're not co-workers, no one is a boss, no one pays anyone anything. And this creates a very big problem in the sense that what direction should the team actually go to? Whose direction should we follow? And whether that aligns with everyone. So one of our things we realized that not everyone sees game dev as a career. Not everyone sees it as a hobby. Not everyone sees that this project is commercializable. But not everybody thinks that they should be designed to be never commercializable. So a lot of factors do play a hand in this, and this course does not train us for one thing, is communication, which is stated a lot, but this is something we learn. But secondly, the most important roles of any project, a project manager. Like after taking the role as a project manager and a tech generalist and a UI designer as well, I've taken a lot of roles. I've kind of when I look back, I kind of regret that I didn't spend more time project managing, because it is a full-time job. There are people paid full-time jobs as a project manager for these exact reasons, because to track everyone's time, task, their motivation, what they're gonna do, what they can do, what they're feeling, the well-being of the team, the welfare of the game, the project itself. There's a lot of things to think about. And this is, although it's tedious, it looks like very easy task they can do. It causes this very big mental load on the people themselves who doesn't know what they're getting into. So as experienced project managers, if you go and ask like industries, right, why don't take the development jobs as a project manager, because project management, physically doing it, is actually pretty easy. It just might be tedious, but pretty easy. But it's also a very mentally heavy thing, because you have to keep thinking, what are you missing out? What is your teammate needs, wants, what they're doing, what they're feeling, if you care about them even. So once again, as a project manager, there is being in a big team, and if you know 100%, like the entire team is not like best friends working out live together like shonen anime, then believe it, is Datebayo is not gonna work. You will need someone to absolutely hold the team together and make sure everyone is okay, make sure every task is up to date. And sometimes people just get burnt out, and sometimes people just need rest. And again, you're just friends, you're not workers, you're not colleagues, you have other assignments, you have responsibilities in life, and that makes a very big difference from being a student and an actual developer in the industry. Yeah.
All right, so I think that's it for our interview with with John from Hadal. Hadal. I'm gonna make the mistake just before I end. But yes, so yeah, sorry. So that's actually so that's the interview with John from Hadal. So once again, congratulations to the team for their astounding work.
Thank
Right.
you.
So I actually have give a clap for yourself, John. That's a huge enough clap, right? So I actually also have to personally thank John too when giving his advice for about project manager. If you don't know, John is actually one of the person that helped started out Dice Collective too, and John has been also a very huge has been a very hardworking person in honestly out even in and outside of his school life. Like he is the former president of Gaia. He also managed the Sam Jam of SCCM. Also, if you don't know, John was also interviewee of Jingle Mingle last year. Like John has been it's so this is very personal, but seriously, thank you, John. And I hope that your time in UOW MKDU has been amazing. And it's a pleasure to have you not just on this show, but also in like UOW itself. So thank you.
Thank you so much, as well
We
as
wish you all the best, John.
Yeah, man, wish you all the best.
You were the best.
It's
I will join you. I will join you in the corporate life soon. Right.
I'm going to pass away. I will come back.
It's the anime senior graduation arc. Yeah.
Hopefully, I can get back to this show, but probably not anymore since I don't have any student project. Wink.
Wink.
Yes, wink, wink.
Right. Yeah. So we would also like to thank everyone for tuning into this show. Thank you for watching this interview of Halo. This is UOW Malaysia KDU's Jingle Mingle 2021. We still have more interview coming up that is brought to you by the School of Computing and Creative Media, SCCM, and also Dice Collective. So once again, thank you to John and Emran and everyone, and see you guys next time. Bye.
See ya.
Hello everyone, it's me again. It's been a blast to show everyone the works that our students have worked on this year. Are there any projects that you guys particularly enjoyed? Do let us know. With that being said, thank you for being part of this year's Jingle Mingle. Whether you're viewing the show live on YouTube or trying out the games on Discord, it has been an honor to have you guys join in on the event. If you would like to check out any of the works that have been showcased today, all of the live streams today are available on the following channels. All of the links will be provided in the description below as well. Once again, thank you all for having us today and have a good evening. My name is Victor and this is Jingle Mingle 2021, brought to you by the UOW Malaysia KDU's School of Computing and Creative Media, as well as its student club, Vice Collective. I'll see you guys